There's Kareem. I think I'd rather use this here.
Oh, we have one.
Just in case. Perfect. Okay. Just in case. Dean. Dean Scott, come up here. Kathleen. Good morning, everyone. And thank you for taking the time away from all of your busy schedules to support us here today at our first Teacher Education Nodes of Excellence event. We'd also like to welcome all our virtual friends from all over the state and across the Texas A&M system. So welcome to those of you as well. My name is Carmen Tejeda Delgado, and I'm an Associate Professor of Education and the Director of Clinical Teaching and School-University Partnerships. And I am honored to be your Master of Ceremonies today, as well as a co-presenter in the morning session. The first thing we'd like to do is introduce a few people who have and continue to play key roles in helping us fulfill our mission and vision for preparing day one ready teachers across the state and our nation and beyond. First, please help me welcome one of our biggest advocates and supporters for teacher preparation, Texas A&M University Corpus Christi President and CEO, Dr. Callie Quintanilla.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm just here to give greetings, but I felt very privileged and honored to be asked to have the opportunity to give greetings today, because what you do in preparing K through 12 educators is so important to every single person in the state of Texas and beyond. I come from a family of educators. I have a husband who is a middle school teacher right now. My brother teaches high school. So I come from a family of K through 12 educators, and I know how difficult, how challenging that is on a daily basis. They face so many challenges with not only legislation that comes through and things that they have to do and paperwork that they have to fill out, on top of trying to be inspirational all day long and impart knowledge and worry about STAR testing depending on their level. And then you add in students with behavioral issues, and there are challenges there. And so, it is a very, very difficult job, but it is an incredibly, incredibly important one. And so what you do to make them and help them prepare so that they can get through those early years and be successful is just critically important. And I am so proud to be part of the Texas A&M University system, because we do teach Texas, and that is something that we should be extremely proud of, because the success of the A&M system of not only graduating the most teachers, but having teachers who stay in the discipline, stay in their careers as lifelong teachers is incredibly important, because with that seasoning and those veteran teachers just bring something completely different to the students. The other thing I'm really proud of being part of the A&M system is the collaboration and the way we work together. And I will tell you, I went to a conference when I very first became president, and I had a lot of people tell me, oh, this conference is so important because of the networking opportunities and so on. And it was very nice. It was a nice thing, but I walked away thinking it wasn't quite what I thought when I heard others talk about it. And what I realized was that I already had built in this incredible network of colleagues through the A&M system, and so others did not have that. I was already linked in such a valuable way. And so these workshops that you're doing, these nodes of excellence, sharing with each other your best practices, learning from each other, sharing those, the information and the successes and the failures, because they are just as important as we learn and grow, is something I think we should all be extremely proud of. So I know as a university professor for many, many years, that the teaching part of the job is as much a challenge as it is a gift on a daily basis. And by you helping those students that will then become teachers get past the challenges so that they can offer the gifts that they have to give, and they can experience that incredible feeling of being able to touch a student's life and help that student succeed, what you do is just incredible. So thank you for being here today. Thank you for all you do every day. And we are thrilled at A&M Corpus Christi to have opportunity to host this event. Thank you.
Thank you, President Quintanilla. We truly appreciate you being here today and for extending your ever-present support to our teachers. Next, I would like to introduce the Dean of the College of Education and Human Development, Dean David Scott. Dr. Scott has led our college into uncharted territories, and with his clear and collective vision and "We Teach Texas" mantra. So please help me welcome to the stage a great visionary and an even greater listener, Dean Scott.
Thank you so much. I appreciate those words more than you know. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm David Scott, Dean of the College of Education here at TAMUCC. It's very much my pleasure to welcome all of you here, those of you joining us online, as well as those of you here this morning. I wanted to mention that when we as deans first started meeting almost a year ago and having conversations about what it means to leverage systemness, and in that conversation, we began to talk about some of these high-impact best practices, the things that we do in our different programs that we not only are proud of, but that we feel like needed to be shared in ways that we could all benefit. And so to see us come to this day and be among the first in the system that is presenting our nodes of excellence procedures and processes around what you'll learn more about today, we're very, very pleased to be here. Our system chancellor, John Sharp, has stated that we want school administrators across the state to know that when they hire an A&M system graduate, that they, from one of our teacher preparation programs, that they're getting a teacher who is day one classroom ready. And that term you hear a lot, but it is a formidable charge to do that. And so for all of us that are involved in teacher preparation, we take that very seriously. Since coming to TAMUCC in 2017, I've had the fortune of working with some incredibly talented and committed faculty members, certainly students, colleagues and administrators that are committed to these efforts in moving forward day one ready teachers. So when the idea of offering the Nodes of Excellence events was first considered as part of the We Teach Texas System initiative, the faculty that will be presenting today, along with their colleagues here and others, have agreed that our field experience coaching model is one example of our high-impact practices that we're very, very pleased to share and look forward to, to doing so today. I know from having personally observed the process, as well as having talked with cooperating teachers and a principal from one of our partnering schools, that the field experience coaching model contributes in profound ways to the preparation of our teacher candidates. So we're looking very, very forward to sharing that today. We thank all of you for being here, our faculty, friends, students, President Quintanilla, Provost Phillips. Thank you very much, and we look forward to what we have to share today.
Thank you, Dean Scott. The Department of Curriculum, Instruction, and Learning Sciences has undergone some great changes in the recent years, and many of those changes have helped us come together as a collective faculty and student body to help ensure the best teaching and learning opportunities for our students. Many of those initiatives and efforts have been made possible under the helm of our fierce leader, Please help me welcome our department chair, Dr. Kathleen Lynch Davis.
Thank you, Carmen. Good morning, colleagues. I bring you greetings from the Curriculum Instruction and Learning Sciences Department. I am so proud that one of our high-impact practices in our teacher preparation program, our field-based coaching model, is being highlighted as a note of excellence. The impact that this practice has on our teacher candidates is invaluable as we strive to support teaching and learning in the Coastal Bend region and across the state of Texas. The future of Texas is in our schools, and we teach Texas. Have a great day.
Perfect. Thank you. So finally, it is with great pleasure that I recognize my colleague and friend, Dr. Robin Johnson. Dr. Johnson is currently an associate professor of education and our coordinator of field-based. She has served in that capacity for over 4 years now. Robin has been integral in the implementation of the coaching model within the field-based experience, and she brings a wealth of knowledge that she will be sharing with us here today. Robin, would you like to say a few welcome words? She's shy, so I wanted to give her the option. And I also wanted to recognize Dr. Kimberly Reinhardt, who will also be she will be introduced later as be part of the EPP panel during the luncheon. She is a Sci professor in our field-based program, and Dr. Reinhardt has done extensive research on the model itself, as well as refined and revised it to meet the needs of our ever-growing and diverse population. And you'll see one of those revised versions in the PowerPoint as she presents. So together with my colleagues today, we've designed a presentation for you that we think will be both informative and enjoyable at the same time, we hope. So I know I used the word finally a minute ago, which usually means wrap up, right? But one more thing. But it wouldn't feel right now to at least recognize the person who actually asked us not to recognize him or not to introduce him. This person has paved the way truly for so many of us to be here today and has played an extremely significant role in helping us to be one of the best teacher preparation programs in the state, in the nation, I would argue. A person who has shown tremendous leadership and mentorship to so many of us and for so many years. Please help me recognize our Associate Dean in the College of Education, my mentor and dear friend, Dr. Frank Lucido. He'll kill me later, but that's okay. So thank you, everyone, and please, special welcome to Dr. Karen McCaleb. Thank you for being here so much. And also to Dr. Ricard, thank you for being here as well. It means a great deal to us for you to be here with us today. So at this point, I would like to ask Dr. Johnson to join me up here so that we can go ahead and begin our presentation. And I know we already welcomed Clorinda Phillips, but just one more time. I love her.
So I'm going to transition. I'm going to be a bit of a rebel and transition down to the floor because I do not want to present from the stage. I want to be down there with you. So I'll come down here and they can adjust to all of that. Excuse my voice, this lovely South Texas weather. You know, my allergies. Last night I could not speak at all, so I'm just thankful that I can speak this morning. But Carmen and I are going to just show you a presentation that we have presented actually nationally at conferences about our coaching model that we tweaked for you today because we really want to share what we do with our students. A lot of what you will see today will showcase our students and how they respond to the coaching model and things that you will hear them say and do. At the end of our session, this first about hour and a half, we will have a question and answer session. So if you here in the audience have questions, please write them down or save them so that we can answer them during that question and answer time. If you are online with us, please use the chat box to the side of the live streamed video to write your questions in, and we will answer those at that time also. Okay, let's get started. We want to set the context for you a little bit about our clinical experience. We have a year-long clinical experience, 2 semesters, and our first semester we call our field-based experience. It is 6 hours as a course in the field, but then there are also other courses associated with it. This is the semester before clinical teaching, so the majority of our students are in the beginning of their senior year. We have 6 embedded site professors, usually 5 or 6. That makes our program unique. We actually, as a site professor, are embedded at the elementary or secondary school with our cohort of students. It is a cohort model where we have anywhere between 18 and 22 students this semester in one elementary school. Being told to scoot over. One elementary school, so that, or elementary or secondary school, so that we can be right there on site with them all day. We teach our courses to them at the school site, and we are there to work with administration and our cooperating teachers during that time. So during this semester, they are there 2 days a week on Tuesday and Thursday. Right now is our model, so they're there from 7:30 to 4:30, give or take school hours. The curriculum during that semester, our course that is actually taught in the field is called Planning, Teaching, Assessment, and Technology. So we do all of those things. We work with them on planning, lesson design, instructional design. We also work with them, of course, then implementing those lessons and teaching those lessons. Assessment is a part of it where they track students, they look at data to inform their instruction, and then they talk about it afterwards. And then, of course, the technology aspect, we have for the majority of our field-based students are actually enrolled in a technology class at the same time. So they integrate technology into their lessons. And even if they're not enrolled in that class, all of our site professors encourage the use of technology and integrating technology into lessons. We also, within this curriculum, in our EC6 program, we have a reading field-based experience that is also taught at the same time as our field-based experience course. So our EC6 students are in the field also 1 day a week with their reading courses. At the same time, they take a classroom management course. So they are getting to see classroom management in real time and real practice in the field at their schools. So that all comes together to make our field-based experience semester. We, in the field-based experience, have a minimum of 3 lessons. That's formal lessons. We encourage a lot more mini lessons. They do mini lessons. They pull students in small groups. They work with students one-on-one. But formally, to be evaluated either by their site professor or by their cooperating teacher, are 3 lessons. In between those lessons, we have coaching sessions, which of course is our focus for today. And then we also provide professional development with our cooperating teachers. We co-teach in our site classes. We also have our cooperating teachers come in and teach our teacher candidates that are there and work on things in the school. And then, of course, we provide professional development at the schools with our cooperating teachers also. One part of our field-based experience semester, we have a summer program for our paraprofessionals. It's called the Ascent program. We are going to watch videos in a few minutes, and those actually are with our Ascent students. They are paraprofessionals who have been in school sites already, but because of their job situation, we provide a 5-week summer program for them to do an intensive field-based experience in the summer. So I'm going to pass it to Carmen, and she's going to share a little bit about the next semester of clinical teaching.
We have to be cognizant of the ones that are watching online as well. So I'm going to talk to you guys a little bit about clinical teaching, which Robin mentioned that field-based is sort of like the first semester of field experiences, and then it transfers or goes into clinical teaching, which is our second semester of field-based. And one of the major differences is they go from a Tuesday, Thursday all day to a Monday through Friday all day, free labor, at least for most of them. So it is a second semester of field experiences. We have over 20 partnership campuses and over 9 districts at this point. We have 3 designated out-of-area partnership districts that we have designated for our clinical teachers to go out of the 70-75-mile radius, and they teach in these. They have their clinical teaching experiences in these other districts. And so we work with them, working with them with MOUs, Memorandums of Understanding, so that we sort of have still, we're not compromising the experience of what we're trying to do here with our students just because they are 500 miles away or 400 miles away. So we work very closely with those districts as well. We currently have 13 site supervisors. Some of them are here today, some of them you'll hear from in the panel. And these supervisors, whom I fondly refer to as supers, they work with our clinical teachers. They go out and observe these lessons, and sort of not unlike field-based, they have, our students are required to have 4 lessons, 4 observed formal lessons. And they, of course, do many more than those within the 14 to 15 week experience, but they are required to be evaluated at least a minimum of 4 times. And one of those lessons is videotaped and uploaded, and during the coaching session, they actually view that lesson together and coach over that lesson. We've tweaked that a little bit this semester, so to sort of be a little bit more aligned with ETPA and their video requirements. But it was really nice and refreshing to see that we were already doing a video. So all we had to do was sort of tweak it a little bit to, rather than have a 45-minute video that we were watching together, the super and the clinical teacher, to make it to where it was just a 15, 20-minute video clip that they would be watching during the coaching session. I mentioned about the 14-week minimum. Everything that we do, just as a side note, everything that we require in our EPP program is above and beyond what the Texas Education Agency requires, their minimum standards. There's 3 lessons. We require a minimum of 4 that are evaluated, anywhere from 10 to 12 weeks of being in the clinical site. We have a 14 to 15 week program. At TPA, same thing, so we're hoping that that's going to be something that they really take a look at and realize that not only do our students in there, but they also go in before the first day. We call it fall experience, so that the students can get a feel for what it is or what it feels like even before the students get there, arrive. And we have some of the panel members will talk to you a little bit more about that as well. We have professional development as well throughout the semester. So our students meet here at the university 5 times during the semester. During that semester, we provide them with professional development ranging from mental health to content-specific pedagogy, professional development, as well as suicide prevention, awareness, recognition, and several other professional developments that we feel and see that they need. And that's in that we really base our professional development on a needs assessment, and really talking to our supervisors as well, who may tell us things like, our students seem to be struggling with classroom management this semester, or seem to be struggling with such and such this semester. So we run around trying to find a really good professional development session, which we have many in our bank, thankfully, and we're able to provide that professional development, that PD for our teachers. Another form of professional development is our school-university partnership conference for education that we have every year. We're going to have our 4th one in the spring, and that's a venue, a half-day venue, where we share and collaborate and share strategies, ideas, innovations, teaching practices and models, and all sorts of things among the entire PLC, professional learning community. So our teachers present, our faculty present, our students present, they present together, they present individually. We bring in a keynote to really, and our keynote is always one of our partnership administrators. And so it started off with, I think the first time we had it, I think the crowd was about this big, maybe about 35 students or 35 people. The last one we had over 100 and, I don't know, it's like more like 125, Karen, something like that, 140. So it was really nice, close to 150 maybe even. The dean would know since he paid for a lot of that stuff. But, but we're hoping that it continues to grow, and it has turned into one of our, I would like to say, flagship conferences. So we're hoping to really combine it with We Teach Texas and to showcase a lot of the work that we're doing here at A&M with regards to teacher preparation. Robin talked a little bit about our paraprofessional program. So that paraprofessional, we do have that ASCENT program that she mentioned. And our EPP, our Educator Preparation Program, we do This semester, for example, I have 8 paraprofessionals that are simultaneously clinical teachers. And the reason that's important to know, that's important to recognize, is because not every EPP allows that to happen. In other words, paraprofessionals are required in many EPP programs to resign from their position in order to do their clinical teaching. And so what we do instead is we work. It's not easy, and it is a little bit of extra work, but we do work with our districts and our partners to help the paraprofessional keep that position as well as simultaneously do the clinical teaching. But there are some stipulations that they have to abide by. I literally just hung up with a student last night, talking about that very thing. She wants to be a paraprofessional in the spring, but so we were talking about these are the stipulations. You have to your teacher of record, for example, has to also agree to be the cooperating teacher. You have to be in a classroom or in an instructional setting that's aligned with your certification area. So some of the things that we have to tweak and do. But as far as Texas Education Agency is concerned, they like when we work with our teachers like that. They like when we don't require them to quit being a para, and because the idea is that we don't want them to quit. We don't want to lose them. We don't want to in any way discourage them from teaching. So we try our very best to help them maintain that position, at the same time not compromising the work and the experience that we're trying to do as in the clinical teaching block. So we try to marry the two as much as possible, and it's worked out pretty nicely. We just wanted to bring up EdTPA. Can you guys hear me, or am I fading in and out? It sounds like, okay, good. So we wanted to bring up EdTPA, just so we are part of the EdTPA pilot. So we are working this semester with 10 students that we have designated in the EdTPA pilot, and they are all stationed between Sam Houston Elementary and the Early Childhood Development Center. So we'll talk a little bit more about that during the panel. But we're very happy that we're piloting this and that we are able to showcase and share some of the things that we're doing, as well as learn a great deal and sharpen our skills and really improve some of the things that we're doing as well. Let's see. I think. So we just want to share a little bit of the genesis and the rationale behind the coaching model. The coaching model at ANMCC was first implemented in 2009 with 3 major goals in mind. The model has adapted and continues to develop to meet the needs of our students through the hard work of site professors and the entire lexicon of clinical practice in the Department of Curriculum, Instruction, and Learning Sciences. So the 3 main goals is, the first one is to develop reflective practitioners whose pedagogical mindfulness and practices are greatly influenced and impacted by an engaging reflective model. Some of the learning outcomes include a deeper understanding and application of reflection, coaching, and how they both impact teaching, learning, and professional growth. A greater understanding of teaching, learning, students' needs, and social and contextual variables that affect their ongoing clinical practice. And a meaningful way of approaching learning about teaching so that a better understanding of teaching and teaching about teaching might develop. So there is a lot of dialogue, a lot of reflection, introspection, a lot of just really digging deep into what we're doing and why we're doing it that specific way. And number 2, to serve as a catalyst for building and maintaining authentic relationships between teachers, candidates, university site professors, field supervisors, cooperating teachers, and the entire lexicon of practice. And we'll talk a little bit about that as well, hopefully, and we'll touch on some of those examples and ideas during the panel, when they themselves are sharing some of this, so that you won't think, well, that's what you guys say. What's really happening? So you'll know, you'll see or hear about what's really happening from the people who are really doing it. To push the teacher candidate out of their comfort zone into a deeper level of reflection and introspection, which sounds almost a little bit easier than it's really done, than it really is. But it really is challenging. It really is hard for everyone, for all of us, to really dig deep and reflect on a deeper level and introspection as well. Our coaching cycle, this is sort of, I'm going to give you just a really quick overview of the coaching cycle, but we'll be going into it a little bit more in depth as the presentation moves on. Reflection on previous goals. strategies used for instructional decisions, evidence of outcome of instruction, and then set goals and identify strategies for the next lesson. And it's just a continuous, ongoing cycle. The idea is not to start-stop. You're all educators in here. You know that that's not the best and most promising way to do things and to teach and learn. So it's on a continuum that we just sort of build, and scaffold. This is an example of the coaching model. So field experience, observation, and coaching instrument. We do not learn from experience alone. We learn from the reflections on experiences. A goal should scare you a little and excite you a lot. So and we put that in there because again, this is challenging stuff. This is formidable things that we're asking the students to do, and for some it's relatively new. So it's sort of like we want them to be a little bit, it's okay to be a little bit frightened, a little bit scared, a little bit nervous, but exciting at the same time. So if you'll notice, this is just lesson 1, lesson 2, but it goes on in a continuum. The first column there, the first 2 columns are before teaching, and the next 2 columns are after teaching. We used to call those 2 sort of quads something a little bit differently, and Dr. Reinhardt said, let me just call it before teaching and after teaching. That's exactly what it is. Simplify it. And so we did. We simplified it. And it is. She's right. Before teaching and after teaching. So in the before teaching, it's goals based on specific feedback, goal-specific feedback. I think we actually coined that term. We used it so long ago. So GSF is what we call it. And what we mean by that is not just asking them to, or working with our students and just setting goals, but really being specific with them. Really working with our students to really define what a goal is. Very goal-specific feedback. Giving them examples, pushing them to sort of think of a little bit about these goals, a little bit deeper. What do we really want to accomplish here specifically? Not just a plan, but a specific goal. So, and then it moves on to lesson planning, incorporating these goals. And then we start looking at the lesson plans and how are these specific goals now being implemented into the lesson plan? How do we see them sort of manifest themselves into the lesson plan? And then after teaching, we look at which goals were accomplished and how do you know? Where's the evidence? How do we know that these goals were accomplished? And of course, your number 1 evidence would be your students not, well, I accomplished them because I feel like I did really well. The students, they didn't really get it, but I did great. You know, it was a great lesson. So we talk about something like that. It's funny and we laugh, but that sometimes does happen. So we really have to talk about your measurement, your scale, your benchmark. Are your students, you know, if 80% of them didn't get it, we didn't do good. That's not good. So we need to be looking at that. And how do you know? This is how you know. You know based on your student success and whether or not they understood it. So which goals were not accomplished and what do you think happened? So being able, I think I think it was the president that said, also being able to recognize where you're not doing as, you're not faring as well. That's critically important, probably just as important as what you're doing well. Because then the students we're able to recognize together, this is what happened, it didn't work out, and I think this is why. This is why it didn't work out. So now let's look at that, and let's unpack that a little bit, and see what we can do to help it either tweak it, and maybe work out the next time, or just nix it altogether, and go somewhere else. So we're really specific about that. As you might imagine, this stuff takes time. The coaching takes time. But anything worth doing is worth doing right? So this stuff really takes time. The dean mentioned earlier that he has gone in and actually, for himself, has observed these things, a coaching session. And it was no dog and pony. He just went into any random one, and so he saw it for himself. And it does take time, but the students take away so much from it. And we truly, truly believe that it helps them and prepares them to be the day 1 ready for the classroom. So earlier we mentioned about, when I was introducing folks, I mentioned about adaptations and how some of the things have been adapted from their original protocol. A minute ago you saw the original one. This is one of the adaptations that one of our colleagues Dr. Kimberly Reinhardt came up with. So if you see here, she used her before teaching, during lesson analyses and planning, after teaching while completing lesson reflection. And she uses this model as well in her publications and her research to sort of show how our students move from one column to the next and through the coaching model itself. Kimberly, do you want to say a little bit about that? She's very bashful. All right, so Dr. Johnson, you want to take it from here?
Okay, so in a minute, you are going to watch some videos we have embedded in here. The videos are of me coaching. But I want to set the context a little bit for them. When they asked us to do this Nodes of Excellence and we talked about coaching, we didn't have students actually with us at the time. And we didn't want this to be just a dog and pony show. So actually within the process of planning for this was when I was in the 5-week Ascent program at one of our partnership districts. So the videos you're going to see are with the paraprofessionals who were in that program. Most of them had only taught one lesson. Some of them had taught 2. So I just want to set that context for you because they're still early in their teaching and their learning. So at the beginning, you'll see them talking more, and then you'll see me talking more than usual because I'm coaching them and modeling them. As Carmen said, this takes a lot of time, and sometimes our coaching is where we get the most teaching done because it's that one-on-one where we can really address what is happening in their classroom and what is happening in their lessons instead of a whole group with the cohort where it might not be personalized toward them. So you will see different parts of the coaching. So it is in that 5-week program. It was about the middle part of that. We're going to do some fall videos, but we aren't coaching with students yet because the semester just started, and we did want it to be more authentic. The lexicon, some of the things we do use a hybrid lesson plan. It's a little bit of Madeline Hunter with a little bit of 5E. That sounds weird, but it's with our lesson analysis and our lesson sequence. So you will hear me talk about the E's, and which are engage, explore, explain, elaborate, and evaluate. So if you hear that language, you'll know what that is. We also, with differentiation, talk about UDL and Universal Design for Learning. So you may hear me talk about means of representation, means of action and expression, and means of engagement. So we just wanted you to know where those come from. Those come straight from our lesson plan and what they are teaching and what they're working on. So as you watch the videos in a few minutes, we would like for you to be involved a little bit. So we want you to watch for what do you notice and hear me, the site professor doing? What are some things I'm doing to coach the students? What am I saying? Observe. One of the things we work really hard with our teacher candidates on is that observation and really looking at evidence-based reflection and instruction. So look at this. Look at what I'm doing. And I will tell you, this was a big reflection for me. We talk about becoming a reflective practitioner. I thought, I need to videotape myself more often because as I'm watching, of course, I'm saying, why didn't I say that? I wish I would have said that. That's not, but part of it's, of course, edited and trimmed, so you're not seeing the full cycle, but I learned a lot from watching myself, so not everything is perfect. I learned from this just as much as I hope we will together today. But I really thought we audio record a lot of our coaching sessions for research, but we haven't videoed them much. So this is something I definitely am going to do more in the future. So first I want you to watch what I'm doing as the site professor, but I also want you then to watch for what the teacher candidate is doing. Sometimes they will be talking throughout the clip, and I won't say much. So what are some things they're talking about? What are they connecting their goals and their reflections to? And as I said, some of these are early in their teaching experience. But they like to talk. They want to talk about their lesson. They want that feedback. They're craving it. They don't have a lot of people this is their first extended field experience. Many of them have been in the field or have observed or done a lesson here and there or worked with tutoring, but this is their first full day extended experience. So they have a lot to say about what they're observing and watching and doing, and you'll hear that in the lessons. So when we get to the video clips in a few minutes, I'll remind you, but those are some things because we're going to stop after each video clip and give you time to talk. Okay, I'm going to go back through a little bit of what Carmen talked about, but as you saw in her genesis and rationale, she talked about becoming a reflective practitioner, and that was one of our biggest focuses for our teacher candidates and our field-based experience. Of course, that's our focus as professors also. So I just wanted to show you some examples of some of the intentional reflective things that we do. So each of us as site professors, and I know in clinical teaching also, have our teacher candidates keep journals. I have mine they do physical notebook journals because I'm a writer and I'm a writer. So I just have them write it down that way. So I brought one today just so you can see they're very creative in their way that they take notes. We start on the very first day. We put this mirror in the front so they can talk about how they see themselves in the mirror every time they teach and that they need to reflect on what they're doing, because we know when they become a in-service teacher, time gets away from them just like it does now, and they don't always take that time to reflect on how the day went, what worked well, what didn't work well. And we really want to help them create that habit and instill that habit in them from day one in the classroom so that we can see and watch how they will continue as they get in service to really have that reflection. I know one thing Dr. Reinhardt does is she does it all online. She's very technologically savvy, so she has a Google Doc where they put their goals online, they reflect on what they've observed, and they do it that way, and she collects it that way for them to discuss. So all of the site professors have a little bit different way we have them reflect, but that is something we have committed to do daily and weekly. Also, at the beginning of field-based, we have professional attributes. As we said, this is the first time some of them have been in an extended classroom. So we really talk about what does professionalism look like? What is a teacher's disposition? And we talk about that a lot. And so we have them reflect on what are some things we're already very strong at? Do we take initiative? Do we jump right in? Are we technologically savvy? Are we on time? Attendance and punctuality is a part of that professionalism. But then I think one of the greatest things we have them do is we have them look at these attributes and say, what do I know I'm really going to have to work on this semester? And for a lot of them, it is attendance and punctuality. It's getting there every day, getting there at 7:30 or 7:45 in the morning, because they haven't had to do that for a while in their, some of them in their college classrooms. For some of them that are shy and who maybe are a little bit more reserved, it is taking initiative. And so we talk about, what are some things you're going to work on? And then at the end of the semester, we come back, and it doesn't always work to do it as a triad, but that is our goal. But because of time, it doesn't always work. But we really like for the site professor, the cooperating teacher, and the teacher candidate to look together at those professional attributes and talk about it and be honest about the growth that they have seen from the beginning of the semester to the end. So we're really focusing on that, becoming a reflective practitioner. And then, of course, after teaching a lesson, we all have a narrative reflection that the students do. And we have them do that before we coach with them. We know there's different ideas about when you coach best, when you evaluate. We have decided as a team that we are going to not coach immediately after the lesson, that we are going to wait. Because it's Tuesday, Thursday, usually it's at least a day. Sometimes, it just depends. It might be a week, depending on the Tuesday, Thursday cycle. But we do not want their reflections to be based on what their cooperating teacher said or what we said. We truly want them to be self-reflective and say, how do I think it went? What happened? And you'll see when I give my feedback in just a little bit, sometimes they don't remember because they're so nervous and they're so just glad they got it done and got through it that they're like, I don't even know what I did. I don't even remember that, So that's why you'll hear us coaching them through and talking a lot, because yes, we would like them to say, oh, I messed up here. I did this, or I did this great. This worked. Sometimes they don't remember. They look at their lesson plan and they're like, did I even do that? Because they are just so nervous at first, especially here at the beginning of their field-based experience. So we really want them to reflect and think about it before they ever come to coaching with us. So they have that reflection, and then they bring their coaching instrument. and their protocol with us so that we can talk about it. And then, of course, at the end of the semester, we have a time for overall reflection, and our coaching sessions play a big role in that end of semester reflection. We ask them, what have you learned in each coaching session? How have you grown? If you noticed on our form, our protocol, they have the lessons stacked on top of each other, their goals stacked. We did that purposely so that they could see how they grew in lessons from lesson 1 to lesson 2. They do sometimes repeat goals because, especially bigger goals, they might have to, chunk a little bit or be more specific with it. But we really try to encourage them to set new goals, especially if they've accomplished one that they've already set. So we like to see how from lesson 1 to lesson 3 they have progressed and how they have, really, we know as teachers sometimes and as educators, something goes really well and we remember it. Something goes really bad and we remember it. But we also know that when you're having a lot of experiences within a semester, you forget a lot of things. So I tell them, when you've had a rough day or you think a lesson didn't go well, go back and look at those goals you've already accomplished. Look back at your reflections in your journal so that you can see, oh, wow, remember when that kid told me they got it? You'll see on one of the videos somebody talks about they used Google Earth and as their technology integration, and she texted me immediately and said, the students loved it. They said they all went home and used Google Earth and they wanted to, and I said, write that in your journal. Because I said, in 3 weeks, you might have a lesson that doesn't go so well. And so you want to be able to look back and say, oh, that one went good. Let me try to see how I can do that again. So it's really important that they do those reflections and they really keep that documented. So we've tried to be very intentional about that.
So I just want to say one little
Yes,
thing about that
go
as well. I don't know if you guys, can you hear me with this? Yeah? Okay. So yes, Robin just really hit the nail on the head about the intentionality of the timing of the reflections. Initially, in the beginning, because it's a Tuesday, Thursday in field base, and that's where the coaching model originally started or was birthed there, I mean, it was sort of easy to, if you did a lesson on a Tuesday, it was pretty organic to coach on a Thursday. But then we quickly realized that not only was it natural, but it was really needed. One of the things that I remember I would tell my students is fight the urge. Fight the urge to come to the classroom, to the seminar room, because we had a seminar room in the class on the campus, and say, oh, Dr. Chidi, how did I do? I blew it, didn't I? I blew it. I know I did. I messed up with something. So that was something that it's a learned behavior even for them to be poised enough and to be reflective enough and conditioned enough to know that that's probably not the best way to reflect. So reflection takes time. So it's almost counterintuitive or counterproductive to coach with them right away, to coach after a lesson, because what it does, it just does not give them enough time to truly reflect on what they did and how they did. And so those moments or those minutes or that time that you're going to get right after a lesson or the way that a student feels is rather different than what you're going to get 2 days later or even 24 hours later when they've had a time to really synthesize what they're doing and unpack some of their behaviors and some of the things that they did. And so it's a much richer, much more productive and effective coaching session. So the timing of the coaching is also critically important, not just the coaching, but when it's being done. So that's extremely intentional as well.
One thing I do to balance their need for that immediate feedback is I take Post-it notes, of course, into my evaluations, and I always leave them a Post-it note that has one specific thing I saw that they did well, because they do immediately go to the negative. They want to say, oh, I messed up on this, I did this, and that's okay for reflection and how you can work better at it, but I want them to hear from me, because sometimes I don't get to talk to them. They're still teaching, or they don't have a break for a couple of hours, and I may be in another coaching session or an evaluation. So I leave them that Post-it note where I say, you did a good job, this is what I noticed you did really well. Or I give them some specific feedback right there, and that always alleviates them. I hardly ever anymore have any saying, oh, was that okay? Did it go okay? Because they know I've at least seen one good thing, and they know that, and they feel better just having that, okay, it was okay. So I've asked their cooperating teachers to also do that. Their cooperating teachers, this is a shift for them as well. They want to tell them immediately how the lesson went when they evaluated it. So I tell them, you can give them a couple of things that they did well or that you noticed, but don't sit with them and coach until they have had some time to really reflect. Even if it's later on in the afternoon, give them some time to do some writing and to do some reflection first. So that's a good point because they want that. They want that feedback and they want it immediately. So in the videos, I tried to, segment them where, okay, we're going to see this part of the cycle, this part of the cycle. You can't do that because as Carmen said, it's a continuous cycle. So the first clips we're going to watch are actually 3 parts of the cycle together. And I'm not going to call it first step, second step, third step because it is continuous. The first thing you're going to see is where they are reflecting on their previous goals. So you'll hear me say, what was your goal, first goal? So what were the goals set by the teacher candidate? And we have done that in the previous coaching session. So you won't see me saying, well, why did you set that? Because when I watched, I thought, why didn't I ask her why she made that her goal? And then I thought, oh, that's right, because we had done that before. One of the things we know as a requirement of the Texas Education Agency is that we do pre and post coaching. So ours is wrapped up in that cycle. We do the pre-coaching before the lesson with this setting goals. So when they come to us after teaching, one of the first things we do is have them reflect on those goals. And it really gives the teacher candidate that time to talk about it. So you'll hear they want to tell you every little thing. I think we clipped it enough, but sometimes they'll try to go on and on and on about like exactly what they did because it's like they're reliving it. They want to make sure they did it. And because of time, we have to move that along a little bit. The second, I guess I didn't delete that. The second thing we're going to do, you're going to see, is when they have that reflection on their lesson design. So we talk about, okay, you can have a goal. You can say, I want the students to be engaged, with the first part of the lesson, or I want the students to stay on task during the explain. But if they don't write it down and specifically plan for that goal to happen and for them to accomplish it, it doesn't. They forget. They'll come sometimes and say, yeah, I know we talked about really pacing and time, but I forgot to, do that. I forgot to have my timer with me, or I forgot to, set those limits because they didn't write it down before the lesson. So we are very intentional about you have to plan for how you are going to accomplish those goals and how you're going to design your lesson so that you incorporate your goals in there. It's not about just teaching a good lesson or did you do well or did you not do well. It's did you actually meet your specific goals. One of the things we have also adopted and put into our lesson plan, one of the things I noticed as I was doing this, I said, oh, I don't see their goals necessarily when I'm evaluating them. So we have created, because sometimes they don't bring their goal sheet with them, they just bring their lesson plan. So we have actually incorporated into our lesson design, into our lesson plan, a place at the top where they list their goals for that lesson so that as we are evaluating, we can be more intentional about connecting our feedback to their goals. We do that naturally because, we have an idea of what their goals are. When they're talking, we can say, oh yeah, that's what I wrote down. You'll see me do that. But now I think it's going to be more intentional for us to look at their goals and say, okay, they want to work on this. So let me specifically make sure I'm looking for that as I'm evaluating them. That seems like common sense, but with everything, sometimes we just weren't doing it as intentionally. But this really, I put some pictures in this part because I just want you to see some interesting things that our teacher candidates do to help them accomplish some goals. At the beginning of their lessons, of course with 5E, that's new to a lot of them, and our lesson plans are long and in-depth. Sometimes they could be 13 pages because they're scripting things out. They're really saying it all. So for some of my students, they just say, okay, that's too much when I'm actually up teaching. So I want to just get through the lesson, make sure I have the parts. So this was, just one example of how they just kind of brought it to the side and did a little outline. But their goal was to, and it's not about what's on the picture, it's just the fact that it's the picture. So one of their goals was to keep the pacing and the sequence of the lesson, because sometimes they jump around when they get nervous. So this was just a way they helped do that by kind of giving themselves an outline. This is another one. Lots of times they forget the questions they're going to ask. We know questioning and higher level questions are important, so we talk about what are some ways you can remember your questions. So, some of them highlight, some of them write notes out to the side. We've had students who have a little flag and they move it as they go through the lesson. So those are like simple kind of just logistical things, but that helps them really think through, okay, when do I need to ask this question? How can it stand out to me in the middle of this, complex lesson plan? I loved this one. So she had her goals, and she was just writing herself notes at the bottom to kind of keep herself on track. I love it. Stay on time, because they always want to put time and keeping on time as their first goal. That's just their natural thing, because they've never really taught a 45-minute lesson, and they think that's so important, and we're like, that's not the point of it, but we have to talk through that. But she said, you can do this. Don't forget this is a grade. But then I love that. Now, what are your goals for lesson 3? So she brought this when we coached to show me that was some of the self-talk. And I know in that was with classroom management when they had Dr. Staples, another site professor, and she really talked to them about those positive affirmations and, giving themselves kind of those boosts. And so I just loved that. I thought that was great for her to just, because she was nervous. You'll hear one of our teacher candidates say they just wanted to be confident in their first lesson because they're so nervous. And these are the things they do to help kind of build their confidence.
And I really like this one because it shows on there something as simple as smile. Yeah. And we really even talk to them and coach them about that. But they're so intense and they're so involved in the lesson and making sure that they do everything that they were supposed to do. But smiling and not appearing that scary to the students is also a part of doing a good lesson. Even employing a form of levity can be a part of it as well. So we definitely talk to them about that. So it's interesting to see that she put on their smile, because as natural and organic as that seems for us that are seasoned educators, it's not for them. And so some of their students might be a little, she's scary, or he's a little scary, and that goes a long way, really, with our students. A smile, a form of levity. So every little, the devil's in the details. We take nothing for granted. We coach and talk about every little detail that could possibly help them make their lessons stronger, from pedagogy, content, everything, and even smiling.
And with smile goes along with your voice modulation and tone, and because we have some who get nervous and they talk like this the whole time because they are trying to remember what they're going to say, and it's just not as natural to them yet. So we talk about, when do you get a little louder? When do you get softer? When do you modulate your voice and do things like that? So, that's that practice. Some of our things that we do to plan to incorporate our goals are, we practice in the mirror at home. Something as simple as that. Mm-hmm. Do you have a younger brother? Teach the lesson to your younger brother. Teach the lesson to your significant other. Things that's very intentional in our coaching. And if we did not have the coaching sessions set up, it might be something we didn't think about overall in class to say, because maybe not everybody needs that. But because we have that personalized coaching and that one-on-one time, that's when we can say, okay, I noticed you were really nervous. Let's talk about some things you can do next time to help alleviate those nerves. So, of course, one of the sections you'll hear talked about is that evidence of outcomes. How do they know? And that's what I'll say. Do you feel like you accomplished it? And most of the time, it's funny, most of the time they say, 50-50, and I'm like, no, you have to commit to one. Do you feel like you more accomplished it? It might not have been 100%, or do you feel like, no, that was something that it didn't go well? And so you'll hear us talk about that, because a lot of the lessons I'm showing you went pretty well, just because they were more comfortable filming their coaching. If they didn't feel like they did well, they didn't want to film it. But you'll see some where they were like, oh, that didn't go quite as well as I thought. But we really, really are being intentional about those evidence-based practices and really looking at how do you know why. Don't just say, yes, I accomplished it. What did you notice from the students or from yourself that show you that you accomplished it? And it's not just they made 100 or they, because they'll say, we want them to master it. How do you know they mastered it? Oh, they did good on the, evaluate. And I'm like, what did they do good? What did they do well? So it is sometimes pushing them to think deeper about it. Okay, so once again, the videos. So I want you to think about, what are you noticing the teacher candidates do? What are you noticing that I'm doing? I will be watching too to take notes on what, oh, I wish I would have done that. So our first video is Gigi, and she taught a lesson that was, it was science with a lot of reading strategies embedded, and she also had technology embedded in it. So you'll hear us talk about some of those things. So these are those 3 parts of the cycle where they're reflecting on their previous goals, they're talking about how they planned to accomplish those goals, and then if they feel like they accomplished it or not. So there, I think it's about 5 minutes. So when we met last time, we looked at, you set some goals for this lesson. So tell me what your first goal was that you set.
My first goal was to keep the students engaged and on task.
Okay, so as you were planning for this lesson, what were some things you thought about that would help you keep the students on task?
So what we did was to keep them on task, it was one where I wanted to make sure that they didn't get distracted by the technology aspect of it. So what I did was I want to make sure that the topic itself was very interesting. So I brought in, I know that my children love animals. Everything that's animals, they're always engaged. So I decided to choose a book that I knew would be engaging for them, so they would pay attention more to what we were learning instead of wanting to play on the computer and getting distracted by the cool new technology aspect.
Great. Okay, good. So do you feel like, so now that you've taught the lesson, and I'm going to give you my feedback in a minute since I was in there, but do you feel like you accomplished that goal or not?
I do. The reason why I feel like I accomplished that goal is because I was looking around. I walked around while I was also teaching the lesson, and all the eyes were on me, and they were on task, and all the chitter chatter that I was hearing was all very productive. So they were talking about the lesson, about pandas, and they were asking each other questions about what to put in. So everything was on task, which I thought was really, really awesome for that group of kids.
Great.
That big of a group.
Perfect. Okay, so what was your second goal?
My second goal was to complete all the steps on the computer in a timely manner. And I wanted to make sure that the time management part of the computer section did not overwhelm the lesson itself. So what I did on that one to make sure that I accomplished that goal was I made sure to allow a specific amount of time that they were on the computer and entering the information. Okay. So I was setting limits for those on how long they would have. That way we could make sure to wrap that up and focus back on the lesson itself.
Great. And we always talk about when you pre-plan it and you write it down, you're much more likely to actually do it, especially when you're nervous teaching. So in your lesson plan, what did you do to help you with time?
So what I did was I broke it down into sections, and I would put a time block for each section. Right. So for the introduction, I had a specific time block for that, and then for the for what they already know about it, we did a little bit of a discussion, and then I also set a time block for how long they had to enter in the information and discuss amongst each other. Then I gave them a little bit of time to figure out some questions. So what do we want to know about pandas and how are they deadly? So they got a little bit of time to discuss and type it in.
Good. And so you planned that out specifically in your lesson plan. I could tell that definitely. And so do you feel like you accomplished that?
With that one, I feel like I mostly accomplished that one. The only thing that I was a little bit that one I would say 50-50. Okay. So I would say I did end on time.
Right.
But I would have liked it a lot better if I would have put in text boxes. Because what I did was I had the text boxes already in there. So the title said, what I know about pandas. And then I had a text box below. Some of the students did struggle a little bit to find that second text box because, of course, it doesn't show until you click on it. So one thing that I would have liked is if I would have color-coded those. That way they could have, if I would have filled it in with a color or some type of border, they could have found it a little easier.
Right.
And although I ended on time, I feel like that would have given them a little bit more time to actually enter in information.
Okay, I like that you're thinking about that. So that's good. So you can transfer that to your next lesson and we can think about how we can put that in. Great. Okay, goal 3.
Okay, so my third goal was that the students clearly understand the steps to creating each slide.
Okay.
And so to accomplish that goal, I made sure to provide the students with printouts. So I provided printouts that had every single step, every click, and I even provided them with pictures of the keyboard so they knew what buttons that they would use to do certain things that they needed to do and to drag and drop. And I included all of those in a little packet that I put with each group. Luckily, none of the students actually had to use those packets because whenever I was walking through, all of them were able to follow me through. So I was going step by step on the projector and walking them through step by step. So the students actually didn't really need to use that one. And I did walk around to check to see if the students were, if they were able to go through the steps. So the ones that were a little
Okay, so what are some things you noticed that either I was doing? Well, let's talk about the teacher candidate first. What are some things you noticed the teacher candidate do? Carmen has a mic, so.
I have a mic, so
Since you
I'll
talk.
be walking around if anyone would like to see that. Yes?
Yes, and so do I sometimes.
She's another Carmen.
She used her hands a lot. She was in third grade, I think, third or fourth. It was third or fourth, yeah, for field-based.
Interesting that she said when she was trying to get them to type in the what do you want to know, that she said I'm 50-50 on that, and then I noticed you said, oh, okay, we'll transfer that to the next lesson.
And you'll actually hear my feedback on her in a clip later on, that where I tried to connect the goals with that. But yes, good. We'll look at that. Thank you. What else did you notice, either about me or the teacher candidate? I can take it. I'm reflective.
You know, Robin, the one thing I liked though was just this is actually just like the T-test, what we do with our, in the public education system. But you gave her the opportunity to go ahead and start speaking. Sometimes, as an administrator, whatever the case is it tends to be one-sided, where the person that did the actual lesson gets very little time to speak. So, I mean, you were having her go first and having her lead.
Right.
And I thought that was just a good strategy. And you could see her confidence, in my opinion, start to build as she was going throughout the conversation.
Yeah. And I noticed that I do nod my head a lot. I know when I'm listening, but seeing it, I'm like, well, okay. And they've told me before, well, you always act like you're really interested in what we say. And I'm like, I am. But yeah, okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Karen?
When you asked her about engagement, because that was one of her goals, she did mention, I think I kept them engaged pretty well. And then you prompted her, and she was able to say, well, they asked each other questions, and she gave specific examples. And I noticed you prompted her throughout, so she really had to look at her notes and reflect and share her experiences.
Thank you. And engage is one they always want to do, because we talk about keeping the students engaged. And I even thought, though, when I heard her, I know in the next lesson with her, we really focused on, well, how exactly, now that because of course you want them engaged in every lesson. So what have we learned, connecting it back to the standards, connecting it back to those competencies we look at? What have you learned now in our class time that is a way you can keep students engaged, and how can we set that as a goal? So I think even with me, sometimes I have to push myself to ask them to focus more and be more specific, because they do want to always say on task and engage. And I think you'll hear that, but I need to work on too, my language and my coaching voice, to really think about, okay, but how am I going to even push them to think deeper about that? Okay, anyone else?
sharing the information that she had. And I think that speaks a lot to the training that she has received and that she knows how to make sure they're engaged. Because if she was that excited in reflection, you can imagine how excited she was during the lesson. So good
And
job
I do
on
think
that.
that's the power of our coaching model, because a lot of these students, because as professors, you know, we have larger classes and we don't always get that one-on-one time with them to really just let them talk, as Sal said. So that's why we feel like this coaching model is so powerful. It's not so much about, you know, the form or, you know, the steps or it's the cycle itself and just that time we invest with each student. I tell them from the beginning, most of our teaching is going to come during coaching. You know, yes, there are things we'll do whole group and we will discuss and we'll talk about, but when you really are going to take it in, because it's going to be personalized and relevant to you. Okay, so we have another one, and then
I was just
go
going to
ahead.
say that
Oh,
you did an
sorry.
outstanding job as a coach, because what you did is you asked questions to pull the evidence of things. When she came to the discussion about time and the pacing, you specifically says, well, how did you say, you just said you did a great job with the timing. What did that look like? How did you plan for that? And that's when she went into the time boxes. So you hold her to specifics in bringing forth the true evidence in a lesson plan, and I think that's a great
Thank you.
accomplishment.
And since questioning is one of the areas our teacher candidates struggle with, and after watching this, I thought I need to transcribe and write down some of the questions I ask and think about kind of where they are on the rigor level. And because we talked to our students a lot about that, because I just, once again, being reflective myself and thinking about what kinds of questions am I asking them, and you know, are they just those quick one answer things, or are they really pushing them to think? Okay, so here's Luke. Now he is PE. So one of the great things about our field-based experience is it's EC12. It goes through all level. So we have multiple students at times. In the fall and spring, I'm mainly with EC6 students, but because this was a CENT, I had some all-level students with me also. And what is wonderful about our university and the collaboration we have Dr. Phyllis Robertson here, who is wonderful. She is our special ed coordinator. When we have a student who is getting certified in special ed, she comes out, observes with us, and coaches with us, which is great because we learn from her, because we aren't the experts in all of the different content areas. So we really try to work with our content area experts. We have Dr. Valadez, who with reading, we can come to her and ask questions. With Dr. Elwood with technology, some of our PE people, our kinesiology people we talk to and we say, okay, what should this look like, or what should we watch for, or could you come out and help us? Theater, music, all of those we try to really involve and collaborate with. And I know we have supers now from those departments who are actually supervisors for their content area teacher candidates and clinical teachers. So that's been really important. And we laughed because when I was watching this whole thing, there were a couple of times I said, well, I'm not really sure what the answer to that is, because, you know, I haven't taught PE with 80 students. I didn't say that to him, but I was thinking that. So I, had to talk through it with him and let him do that. And then I thought, but that's something I can go talk to, one of the professors in the kinesiology program, so that I am better versed when I coach with that. Because, pedagogy, I know, students, I know, but sometimes maybe the way to do it exactly in that content area, I might not have ever tried that. So, let's watch this.
Luke, so your second lesson was in PE, so just
Sorry. That's okay. Robin's correct. We really try to work as well, especially in clinical teaching, with content specialists as well, not just to address pedagogy, but content pedagogy. So we work across our colleges. We have faculty in the College of Liberal Arts. We have faculty that come in and are supers. So they teach their courses, but they're also supervisors for us. And we tap into our own experts. So we really want our students not only to get better at pedagogy, but content pedagogy as well is critically important to us as well. So we tap into those wells of knowledge within our colleagues outside of the colleges, and we make a concerted effort to do that. That will hopefully does impact their content pedagogy.
Okay. Oh, whoops. Back. Oh, it? Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Let me do there.
Luke, so your second lesson was in PE, so just remind me of the overall objective. What were you teaching the students?
Balancing. It was mainly balancing. It was a little game called Rocket Attack, and they had to put like a bowling pin on the scooter and utilize like the fine motor skills, and not only so fine motor skills, your smaller muscles and stuff like that.
Right.
So finger dexterity and stuff, and controlling the scooter board and not allowing the bowling pin to like fall off. So it's working the balancing
Okay.
and stuff like that.
Perfect. So let's talk about your goals. We set
Okay.
your goals at our last conference based on the feedback you got from your cooperating teacher and from me. So what was your first goal for lesson 2?
First one was do a better job of like checking for understanding during the lesson and before the lesson, and kind of like getting their interest more involved and stuff like that. So I thought I did better in this one. Strictly, I don't know if the like engaging their interest with the plank and talking about like the world record and stuff like that. And we talked about it all week, and some of the kids like remembered and stuff like that. And then at the end of the lesson, when you line them up, there's like they want to do it 5 minutes before, and so lining them up, that's like a perfect time to like check for understanding and make sure that they understood what the lesson was about, what the name of the game was, what they learned, kind of create like make them be creative and think of different ways that they can use balancing, like stuff like that. So that's just,
Great. So do you feel like you accomplished that goal?
I thought so, more so than not.
Okay. So why do you give me some more evidence? I know you talked about how you plan to do that. So how do you know that you accomplished that?
Well, we stopped the game we played 2 games. So the first one we played, and then we stopped it, and we did like reevaluated the game and kind of checked what went well and what didn't go well, and then how they understood that and how we could kind of like build
Perfect.
upon that for the second game.
I definitely noticed you did that, and also at the end, as you walked around, and I was excited because I remembered how old the person was who did the plank, 60 years old,
60
right?
years
See,
old.
I still remember.
Yep.
So that definitely got their attention, and,
Yeah.
and it even captured mine. So I thought that was really good. Okay, so what was your second goal?
Have control of the class. So being you're one teacher and you have 3 classes
Right.
plus like some split classes. So in that specific class, I think there was 75, 78 kids to one teacher. And usually they have 3 other ones. So like there's 3 to 71. But in my lesson, it was just me, and they chimed in here and there.
Yeah.
But having control of 75 kids without trying to be like, we learned it in classroom management, like a backbone teacher. There's a difference between like backbone jellyfish and brick wall or something. So not being the brick wall teacher, but being like a backbone, so like a mix of all of them.
Right.
So that was like my goal, was to have control, but don't be like overpowering to where they don't have fun and don't
Right.
like enjoy it.
Okay, so what are some things as you planned that you did to help you accomplish that goal?
Having procedures and rules, and then using the classroom signal. So they've already implemented that, and so it's like raising your hand, like, can I have your attention, please? And then they're supposed to be quiet, raise their hand so that you know everyone's listening and like paying attention to you. And it's not important to like do it the whole time, but while you're giving instruction, it's important to have everybody's attention and to like, they do, one of the procedures is tighten up and accordion in. So it gets all the kids from the whole entire gym to like tighten up and accordion in into like a smaller section,
Right.
so that they're in a smaller space, so that you have more control over the whole.
Okay.
Instead of the whole entire gym, because if
It's
they're
a
all
lot
over the
of
gym,
kids.
you're not gonna.
Yeah, it's a lot
you're
of
not gonna
kids.
talk to them.
So do you feel like you accomplished that?
I thought so. I thought that
Yeah.
it was a lot better, smoother in the second lesson than I did the first one.
Listen, great. And it's practice. It's like we talked about, the more you practice, the easier it's going to
And
get.
I also think it went a lot more with like how they're more comfortable with me since I've been here for 5 weeks rather than the first time I was only here for 2.
Right.
So they don't really know you as much, but now that you're here for so long, now they start seeing you as like an actual coach and like a teacher, and so they'll respect you more.
Well, and that's what you talked about, I know, with Dr. Hughes in classroom management, the building relationships and how important that is to getting
sure.
to know them. Because, yeah, you're right. I mean, they don't know you, even though, you know, we think, oh, they should just do what we say.
Yeah, they don't.
No, they don't. I mean, they want to know why and who you are and what are you doing telling me. So I think that's important, building those relationships. That's great.
Sure.
So what was goal 3?
3 was to make it fun and engaging, because
Okay.
it's PE. Like everyone's supposed to.
Supposed to have fun, but we know those kids who just walk around
That just walk
and don't do anything.
And
Right.
so it's important to have fun, but also for them to like learn specific motor skills and stuff like that. But overall, you're in a classroom 7 hours out of the day. Like, PE should be fun, and you should be moving around and enjoying
Right.
your time. So that was my 3rd goal.
So what did you do as you planned? What did you think about, okay, how am I going to accomplish keeping them engaged?
It was just aligning it with like the TEKS and making sure that my TEKS were accomplished through the skills that I was doing, and trying to minimize the amount of like wait time. But with that being said, like I don't think it went as well as I wanted, because
Okay.
the way the game was set up, that like our teachers want us to do, was there was like 8 groups on each side with 5 in each group. So if you weren't dealing with the scooter, you were sitting on the ground, and there was like 5 of them sitting on the ground. Now, yes, the game went fast paced, and like kids would drop it and then pick it up, and you'd have a lot of turns. But when you're not moving the scooter, you're just sitting down, and you sit down in the classroom for 7 hours, so you're not moving, running around, and stuff like that.
Right.
So like, in retrospect, I wish it would have been more.
Right.
I would have given them something to do while they were sitting in line, waiting for the scooter. Like, oh, if it falls, okay, now you got to get up and go do like a balancing act, or go do something on the side until it's your turn, and then once it's your turn, then you go do it again, or something like that.
I mean, what you just said is exactly what being a reflective practitioner is, because that exactly what you said is what I wrote, because I thought the same thing. I thought, it's so hard when only 14 out of the 80 or whatever are participating. And I was trying to think, as I was sitting there, what could you have the rest of them doing, because you have to watch noise, because I know the way with the gym and the rules. So I even was thinking about that, how, and it did go fast paced, so that was good. They weren't having to sit very long, but I know in other situations, when only maybe one has the ball or one's doing it, the rest are just sitting there, and that's when they get off task, that's when they get in trouble lots of times, we've talked about. So, I like that you said that about if something falls, or I thought, well, because some were cheering them on, but I know that can get loud. So I don't know. I was thinking about that too. How do you, with 80 students, it's hard enough in a classroom of 22 keeping them all, but I do think being fast-paced, I think because you did stop and do those checks, and because they were watching their teammates, that I think it wasn't an issue this time. I do think they stayed engaged, but I'm glad you were thinking about that, because I think there are going to be some activities you do where you might only have 5 of something and the rest are sitting. So that may be where you can incorporate stations more, or it would have been hard with this one to do stations, but maybe, stations, or having it split, since there are 3 to 4 of you sometimes in there. But even thinking about your own classroom, if you teach PE and you don't have a para, or you don't have, it may just be you, and trying to figure out, how do I keep, I think that's good thinking that you're on, because with every lesson for PE, you're right, you don't want those kids sitting there. That's what they
in that lesson, either that I did or that the student did. And I'll give you a little context with that. The PE coaches he was with are very structured, and there's not a lot of noise in the gym. So that's one reason, that's something he and I had talked about, because the students have to sign the book if they're too loud. And he was trying to do a lot of things where he was asking them questions and things like that. And the PE coaches would jump in and discipline the students. So that's why some of that language was going on, because he and I had discussed that he wanted to do a little bit more, and it wasn't always accepted, and I'll put it that way. So anything else that you noticed?
When he said, oh, I should have, with the students that were waiting, I should have done that. That is huge for an educator to have that moment. And you really encouraged him when you said, yes, I noted that too. So
I noticed he referred back to his prior knowledge in classroom management.
Yes, that was good.
That's a really great reflection on his part to refer back to the content knowledge that he gained in classroom management, and was able to reflect on that and apply it.
Right. And I do think with them being in the field, it's such a perfect opportunity for them to make all of those connections between their courses and the things they've learned to actually implementing it. Great. Anyone else? Okay, we're going to watch one more student sample for this section. This is Gabby.
So when we met last time, we set your goals, thinking about your feedback from lesson 1.
Yeah.
So just remind me exactly what the objective of your lesson 2 was.
Okay, so I did social studies, so it's geography, and my teacher really wanted me to work with the kids on using scales and compasses and mapping tools. So I decided to use Google Earth.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and they really loved it.
It was awesome, like the experience to do it, because I really didn't think it was gonna work out with all the laptops, like the Chromebooks and them each having one. I was like, oh God, it's gonna be a lot, but it worked out. I was pretty surprised, honestly.
That's great. So you felt good about your
I
lesson.
did feel good, yeah.
So what are some things in general you feel like you did really well? Not even based on your goals, but just that you think went really well. You said Google Earth was great.
And then in my first lesson, I did the champs, but this time I included it in my lesson so that way I could remember, like during, because there was like me speaking a little, then them off, and then independent. So I just wanted to make sure every time we changed gears, they knew exactly what was expected. So I included that in there, and then I included the popsicle sticks to remind myself to pick on
Both
kids
things
like
we
that.
talked about last time.
Right.
Great.
And then I included a lot of student control. Like I just kind of just pulled myself back from it. So I feel like I did those things better than I did the first time.
Great. Okay, so let's look specifically at your goals. So what was your first goal?
I wanted to make sure this time that I did a better Explorer component.
Okay, and when you were planning, what did you do to help yourself with that?
Well, I just kind of researched and I wanted to find a different way to get the point across, so that's when I found Google Earth. And there's actually like a ruler, like a scale on Google Earth, and you can click it and the kids are able to like pick their house, like let's say they put their address in, and to like they would be able to scale how far their house is from the school, and then they'd be able to tell me like how many miles or however, like because they can change the like feet or inches, like, so they thought that was really cool. And then they were able to use the compass. They had to tell me in which direction from their house to the school, northeast, northwest, whatever. So they had to use that terminology, so it helped a lot. And they just went off on their own. They had a partner, and then they...
So you had them in partners to explore and group.
So they had one Chromebook per partners.
Perfect. Okay, so do you feel like you accomplished that goal? Or
I feel better about it, yeah. Because I was just like floating around the room. And like when somebody needed me, they knew to raise their hand. But I put for them to, on the champs, I wanted them to ask a friend first before asking me. So I thought that'd be better.
Yes.
I didn't want to talk as much as I talked the first time.
That's great, because we have been talking a lot about direct instruction versus student-centered instruction. So you feel like you were more on the student-centered this time.
Yes.
That's great. So what was your second goal?
I wanted to use the call sticks big time, because even when I used them last time, it was still the same students, so I like mixed them up really good. And I included it in my lesson, like I just said, so that way I remembered, like before I was gonna ask a question, I put use call sticks. So that way
Oh, great. So in your lesson plan within the E's, you had
like
that
on
in
top
there.
of each E, I put like champs, talk about champs here, and then call sticks if I needed it.
And that's great, because then that's why you were able to accomplish that.
Yeah, and that's
you
how I remembered
it.
because I typed it like 6 times, and then I remembered it, and I was like, call sticks, call sticks.
That's good. And when we set our goals, if we write them down and really plan for them, we know they're much easier to accomplish at times. So do you feel like then you accomplished it? So how did it work? Did the students feel like that? So what do you do when you call and they don't? Do you ever have anything where they
I
don't
just
want to
ask them
answer?
yeah, sometimes like maybe like one kid, but then I'll just be like, do you want to call like phone a friend? So
Oh,
then
great.
like or pick somebody at your group and to help you and
Help you.
yeah.
Perfect.
But it's mainly like because they know, but they just have like a speech, like they're embarrassed to talk out loud. So I'm like, okay, because later I was like, do you know? And he's like, yes, ma'am. I just don't like talking out loud. So,
You noticed with that? Yes, Tina.
I really enjoyed the relationship that I've seen over time with your students. They trust you. They're able to have the honest conversations that they need to have to be able to grow. And so that was something I noticed over time with those 3 students. So
Thank
great
you.
job on that.
And I think that I mean, I know that is from coaching because when the first few weeks of the semester, when we're doing everything pretty much whole class and they haven't started teaching yet, I don't feel as connected as far as, knowing really about them and their personality and how it looks. And so that is when I really, like I'll have some who won't talk much in class, but then we get into coaching and it's like this and I'm like, oh, I'm so glad that, because, sometimes in class you don't know, you're like, why are they not talking? What's going on? Are they getting it? Are they going to be like that when they're teaching? And when I meet with them and they do this, it's like, okay, that just isn't a whole group. They're a little bit different about it. So
And
thank
that's
you.
actually goal 2, if you remember, of using this coaching model, is to build those authentic relationships. It really is a catalyst for achieving that. So.
Right. I wanted her to get in her steps.
I also think it's impressive, and it's important to remember that this was 5 weeks. This
Yes.
wasn't a 14-week
No.
semester. So to be able to build that relationship in that short period of time, I think speaks about the level of intensity.
It is, yes, yes. And it is intense. And when we talk about it sometimes nationally, they say, how do you find time to do that? How do you do that? And those are lots of other issues we won't get into today, but that is part of, what we feel is integral to our field-based experience and our clinical teaching, that we have that time to do that. And that is the nice thing about the 5 weeks. They've been in the classroom, so it's not a lot of their first times to be in there, so that helps scaffold that too. Because she had been a para for a couple of years, so has had some experiences, but maybe not teaching, on her own.
That's right, because our paraprofessionals invariably will comment on the coaching and on the experience itself as being rather different than what they have been doing as a paraprofessional. So it's rather different, and it takes them to another level.
Right. And I even notice as I'm watching once again, I definitely, she talks about, and we'll see it in the feedback about her CT, because her CT observed this lesson, wanted her to use more academic language. And we've been talking about that a lot with EdTPA. And I noticed, I know I said direct instruction and student today, but in this, but I thought about, okay, because both you saw two students use the word control. And I don't really like when Luke said, I want to control the students. I thought I should have used a different word because it's not about the control. She said, student control too. And I think that's just a common word for them. But as I've noticed, I thought, I need to work on my academic language with them also and make sure I'm using the languages of the standards and the competencies and of that, evidence-based practice so that I am modeling that for them. So that's one thing with watching. You see that, and I'm like, oh, I should have said that, or I should have done that.
And the academic language, the cognitive verbs, higher order thinking skills, you guys are all familiar with those things. It's interesting because I remember one student, well, several, but this one particular student, we were talking about academic language, it was years ago, and questioning, probing, using those cognitive verbs when they're up there teaching in an instructional setting. And I remember her saying, oh, Dr. TD, that's the thing that I'm worried about the least, because I'm so good at questioning. I'm just a good questioner. It's just natural for me. I ask questions. I love cognitive verbs. I'm very familiar with Bloom's taxonomy. I'm just going to ace that part. There's the other areas that I'm a little bit worried about. So I don't, because we talk about strategically, specifically planning for that. Robin's mentioned a few ways that she helps encourage them to ask questions and to use those cognitive verbs in academic language. And so I would encourage them to use cards, something to sort of remind them the flags until they became accustomed, until it actually infiltrated their behavior. So in the beginning, it would have to be something that they intentionally reminded themselves of. So she teaches the lesson. We're in the coaching session. So guess how many questions she asked? Zero questions. So she was beside herself and thought, oh my gosh, how could I have done that? I got so wrapped up in all these other things that I forgot the probing, I forgot the asking after it. So it was an example of how we have to be intentional, very intentional about what we're doing, and put these little reminders in until we know for sure that behavior is being infiltrated and that we're doing it in a natural, organic flow. So it was very normal. Of course, it wasn't a calamity. We worked on it, but it's an example of how sometimes we think we're doing something, but we really aren't doing it. So when we see ourselves retrospectively, we can recognize it and then make those changes later on.
And that's one of the things in our lesson plan, we've been very intentional about putting a place for them to write in those questions within each component. And we talk a lot with lesson plans that there are lots of different lesson plan templates. But we know that there are specific things that need to be in each lesson plan. And of course, questioning and having the students, think at a higher level is important. So that is something our students work on all semester, definitely. Okay, so the final part of our cycle, just within these coaching sessions, is that listening to feedback and then setting goals for their next lesson. Now, this was good because this was toward the end of their 5-week experience, so a lot of them were not going to teach another lesson, so you won't see that as much. One thing that happens, because we do want to share struggles we have sometimes, is if maybe it's 2 weeks away when they're going to teach their next lesson, maybe they don't know what they're teaching yet. So in this coaching session, we can set generic goals or, overall goals, but we might not set lesson specific goals. So if you were listening to maybe a fall coaching session, you might hear that, because ideally they know what they're teaching next and we can talk about it. So sometimes we have to plan another coaching session in between lessons so that we can do that pre-lesson coaching that we weren't able to do in this coaching session, because, I'll say, well, what are you going to teach next? Oh, my CT's not sure yet, or the scope and sequence isn't ready, or, something, because we know sometimes that happens. And but in the next few sections of video, you're going to hear my feedback to them. And it is a lot more of me talking than it would be later on in the semester, because I use this time to model a lot of what I want them starting to look for and think about within their own lessons. As I said, some of them will come and say, I don't remember what I did. It asked me how I put them in groups. Did I put them in groups? I said I was going to, but I can't remember that. They sometimes, kind of blank. And so in these feedback sessions, I am being very specific and going through what I took notes on as I watched them, because I want them to hear my language. I want them to hear what I noticed them doing specifically, especially the things that I noticed that they were doing well. Because in the first couple of lessons, yes, they need that feedback and that critical reflection time, but I also want to build their confidence, because they're scared, and a lot of times they don't think they're doing it really well. So I really want to build that confidence first. So you will hear me give the feedback, and what that feedback is, our cooperating teachers, we have done professional development with them on this coaching model at some of our partnership sites. We're working to get to all of our partnership sites. You'll hear a little bit about that in the panel, but we ask the cooperating teachers to do this with them also, because we don't want it just coming from us, because honestly, we don't see every lesson they teach because of time. So, and some cooperating teachers, just like side professors, are more practiced at it than others. So we are really working on that as a partnership goal, to really work on those coaching conversations. And because our cooperating teachers will say the same thing, when do we have time to do that? They're only here on Tuesday and Thursday, and we don't have a break necessarily that day to be able to do that. So we're trying to figure out, how can we build those in? How can we really provide that time for them to coach and talk with our students and give them that feedback? So on the ones we see today, I think, that we're going to see in a minute, I think 2 of them I observed the lesson, so I'm giving them feedback. And then a couple of others, their CT gave them feedback. So they listen to the feedback, we talk about it, and then they set goals for the next lesson that they're going to provide. So we're going to watch, you'll see some of the same students. So this is Luke again. And so this is when I actually am giving him feedback after he's talked about his goals and his reflection on his goals.
So I agree with everything. I think you very well accomplished your goals. It was really natural. You modeled all the moves they needed to make. So I think that was good, because they knew exactly what to expect. Yeah. So I think that helps with that, keeping them on task and keeping them in line. And I loved the planking thing. Like I said, I was like, and I know it's hard because you're trying to have a conversation with them, but there's 80 of them. And I do know the other coaches were like, oh, don't talk or whatever. And you were trying to get them to talk. So that was tough, but you did really good. And I want you to know, your cooperating teacher said, can I keep him? So she's very happy with what you're doing and likes what you're doing. So that was good. I liked how you went and retaught that there was a boy in line who I guess didn't get the point of it. With his handoff. I guess he kept taking it. So you didn't yell, you didn't stop everybody and make a big deal like that happens sometimes. I liked how you walked over to him and said, remember, you have to keep your hand on it. So that was a great way to reteach him and to just refocus him. Yeah, the one-on-one. Because that's good to know no matter what. Let me see what else I wrote. I like how you connected it to the tortoise and the hare. That was good. Did you remember that? Because
I put that in my lesson plan somewhere. I don't know.
That was good, because about the moral of the story, slow and steady. Because even though it was a fast-paced game, you're right. They had to do.
As soon as you go fast, it just falls off.
Definitely, you questioned them. You had them orally repeat the rules. So all of those things helped you accomplish accomplish those goals. You clarified possible problems that could occur, which are really good, in that, especially in PE with 80 students. So that was great. So I said that about the WINT. Oh, and I liked how you brought in the vocabulary with balancing, because that's, you know, we just talked in another coaching session about academic language and how important it is for them to understand those words. And I liked that you asked them, what does that mean? So what I saw a lot was you really incorporating those other, like the speaking and the communicating and the listening. And so it was about fine motor skills, but you also incorporated a lot of social situations and social context of learning with the listening and the speaking. So that was really good. You checked for that previous knowledge. All of that you reviewed at the end, so that was really good, because I know in PE sometimes it's like, oh, time to go, leave, you know, and just put the stuff up. So I liked how you really had them, you know, what was the name of the game, what skill, what does balance mean. You had those real life examples. That was really good, because I think sometimes with 5E especially, you know, we talked about how it's hard to sometimes incorporate that student-centered. In PE you think it's all about the students, but it is sometimes the coach just yelling over and over, this is what you do, this is what you do. And I really liked how even with 80 you had them trying to be engaged and talk and have those conversations, so they saw how important it was. Because I think, and you know, being an athlete, that's so important in teamwork and with games, because you can't just do the skill and play the game. You have to talk to your teammates. You have to have that communication. So I really think it was setting them up good for the future. Yeah, you had a lot of even higher order questions in there. You know, what about this? Why? You put those muscle connections. So the only thing that I would say continue to work on, and I know the coaches talked to you a little bit about it too, is that your coaching voice, your teacher voice. And it's hard in a gym with 80 students. I get it. And you don't want to yell, because then you're voiced by the end of the day. So I don't know, you know, I don't know what the answer with that is either. It's probably just more practice, and I think being more comfortable. And it's you know, I sing, so it's kind of like with that, you have to learn how to project even without the microphone or without whatever. But that is the only thing I noticed, because your lesson was amazing. It was very thorough. It was very specific. But I just put in there, it does seem like you're yelling, I know, in the gym, but you're not.
Big and it, like,
and
echoes,
yes, it does. So I don't know what the answer to that is either. I don't know if it is, you know, a little mic. I don't know if it's, I don't know, because they are quiet, and so they're good. And I know that's why the coaches are so on them about staying quiet, so that they can hear and with safety and everything. So you kind of just have to, I guess, find what's going to work for you in when you teach in whatever context you're in. Because, you know, even out on the football field or the baseball field, you have to yell sometimes, and you have to be loud. So I think that's something with you, just as you get more confident and practice more, that you'll project more, and because I think sometimes it's like, okay, I don't want to seem like I'm yelling, because I know you, that it's, you know, okay, so how am I gonna, so that was really the only note I had.
So, thoughts or comments? And Luke is one of our athletes. He's one of our baseball players. So if you go to an Islander baseball game, you'll see him play. So that's why I tried to incorporate a lot of relevancy to him with that, because he had never been in an elementary school. He had always been with secondary and thought he wanted to coach. So this was a big change for him, and he ended up loving it, but it was very different at first for him. So what are some things you noticed?
You know, one of the things, Robin, is just, it goes back to the relationships. You know, this is an athlete, a Division I athlete, and with all of them, they're listening intently. I think it goes back to that respect factor of wanting to please and listening. And, you know, and sometimes you don't get that, because sometimes you have, regardless of the experience level, that they may know more at certain things. I know more about PE than this person does. But then it goes back to, you even said, Luke, I know you, with the voice. And you could just see, you know, that relationship. And I think it goes back to why the students are in this program are so successful, in my opinion.
Thank you. Well, and he is, afterwards, he said, Dr. Johnson, I just was sitting there thinking, what is she going to tell me I did wrong? And he said, I know you're not like that, but I thought because it was being video, you'd have to tell me the stuff I did wrong. And he said, so I was just kind of listening. And I said, Luke, you know, but that is, you know, he just was being very intent on, what am I going to hear next? What am I going to hear next? But, you know, and that is, I didn't show these to say, look at what I'm doing. It really was to showcase our students and showcase the coaching, because we can't do that without the coaching. We really can't build those relationships as closely and really know them when they're just in the field with their cooperating teacher without that coaching model.
I don't know. It's the same. These ideas,
Right.
try these, you're like, I'm
Yeah.
not sure what the answer is. But
Yeah.
You know what? So I thought that.
And I immediately went and I talked to Leanna Davis and I said, you know, what are some things I could work on with that, you know, and we talked about projecting and things, and he is quiet more naturally. So, and also, you know, when they're in with a cooperating teacher for the first time and they're not sure, you know, what they should be doing or how they could do it, then they're afraid sometimes to maybe step out a little bit more. So, you know, that is what you didn't see that, but that is, of course, one of the goals we set for his next is to really work on projecting and what are some ways he could practice and do that. Faye? Right. Thank you. And that is why it's so important to have our content-specific partners and with special ed, with music, with theater, math, all of that, because, you know, my background is in literacy, and although I taught elementary school and I've taught all of the subjects at different levels, I don't always know specific things that will help them and push them as much, you know, as maybe they need to be at a certain time. So that collaboration between our colleges is so important to our students' growth.
And again, it's a reason why building these authentic and genuine relationships is important, because even when we don't know everything, which many times we don't, about every topic and every subject, those relationships that we have built with our students push them to be able to gain that information, to get that information from somewhere else or from something else, or just push them to dig deeper into their own learning.
Right.
And inspires them to do that.
I was just going to say the feedback that you provide is evidence-based. You took great notes. I like that you did this. You explained when in the part of the lesson. It wasn't like all sugar-coated and, oh, you're just so wonderful. It truly was a coaching feedback session that gave him, I mean, his wheels were turning, and even to the point of how to grow. And I just thought that was point on.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to watch a couple of more video clips. This is Brittany. You have not met her, and I will be honest, and she was okay with me sharing this. Her lesson did not go well as well. She felt like she talked the whole time, and she did. She got very nervous and kind of just talked, and it was a science lesson, so should have been a lot of hands-on, but she ended up just talking a lot. So we're going to watch just a little bit of this, but she had already brought some goals to coaching, and so she had some goals, and we were really looking at how to make those more specific and really focused for the next lesson.
And I just want to say something really quick about her. I saw her at Price's Chef after she had done this lesson, and she came up to me and said, "Hi, Dr. T, did you hear that my lesson didn't go really well? But I know that I'm already improving. I've gotten a lot of tips and all." So it just is a testimony to how much they are so committed to their lessons and so committed to really recognizing that we're all in this together.
Yeah.
So she felt comfortable enough to talk to me about it and know that she was on the right track now.
Because it wasn't a bad lesson. She did just talk more than, she had written down that she wanted to. Okay.
Okay, Miss Brittany, so we have been, you just finished your first lesson, and you got feedback from your cooperating teacher, and so we are setting goals for your next lesson, and I see that you brought in 3 goals that you had already talked about with your cooperating teacher so that you could be ready for the coaching session, so that's wonderful. So what was your first goal?
My first goal was to be confident when teaching a lesson.
Okay.
And the reason why I put that as my first goal is because, my first lesson, it was my first lesson, so, I was completely nervous. I felt like I had no idea what I was doing, and it was very, stress-worthy, and I just had to pay attention to the time, and it was really hard to do that and make sure that they were getting everything that they do. And I just felt, sorry, that my confidence with that lesson was just very hard, because I felt like I really didn't get to the points that they needed to be at, and it was just really hard for me. So for my next lesson, I want to be able to be more confident and be okay, yes, I have this thing that I have to do. I have to teach them these certain things, but I want to be more informed and more research things and be more confident, this is how it is supposed to be. And
Great. So what is your next lesson? What are you going to be teaching?
My next lesson will be about matter and like how to measure matter.
Okay.
And it'll be like with mass and volume.
Okay, let's stop. That's great. I
Okay.
love that you came so prepared because you already thought out your lesson, so that's really good. So let's get back to our goals and let's think about, so you said your first goal you wanted to set was to be more confident. So remember, our second box is how are we going to lesson plan? How, as we're planning, are we going to help ourselves accomplish that goal using that feedback? So what are some things you learned from your first lesson that now, as you're getting ready for your second lesson, that you can do as you prepare to help yourself feel more confident?
It would probably be to make teacher notes, to make
Okay.
sure I have everything planned out to like the times. And
Right.
with my first lesson, I thought I did that, and I had like timers on my watch, and it was just like very, it was very, like my timers would be going off, and it'd be like 5 minutes, and we'd still be doing on one section. I'm like, okay, like I have that 5 minutes that I just wasted on this, so I have to hurry and do this. And I like started talking too much.
Okay.
And I have to be like, for my next lesson, I want to make more teacher notes and make sure it's more student-based, not teacher-based. And
So I like that. I like the teacher notes idea because I know our lesson plans are really long and you're very detailed, which I love. But I think we get nervous when we have those sheets of paper. So it may even be that you need to make an outline and just write down the specific times and write down, you know, exactly, okay, this is when I'm going to do this. And not have it so detailed. Some people on their lesson plans like to take those little those flags and they put it and they move it as they go through the lesson. Or they have, like I said, a separate sheet of paper where they have just the highlights. I even do that now. I make a list of what I'm going to teach and what I'm going to do so that I have it all planned out, but then to make myself feel more confident, I practice the night before and I make a list and I kind of put down the things that I'm going to do. So that might be a way. What are some other ways you can practice? Do you have anyone at home you can maybe teach to before?
Because I know we're getting close to the end.
Yeah, we have 7 minutes.
Yeah, we're good. So anything you noticed or want to comment on?
Theirs.
Thank you.
Because I think that they need to know that, you know, I think they sometimes think we all get up and, you know, don't even have to think about it and it just rolls right off.
Right.
And so I think that's really helpful to them is to see that you also are reflecting on what you do.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
I just feel that as student and you're teaching and your lesson begins to go bad, it only keeps getting worse and worse. And you feel that and you know that your cooperating teacher is looking at you and it doesn't get any better. So I think that I like that you said, you know, what would you do? That's what I would tell my teacher. What would you do next time? Don't feel like you can't stop it. You know, don't continue to kill yourself. Just pick up on something else and move on and just feel comfortable and have a backup plan to do something different. Because I know how she feels.
Right, right. Thank you. And that after her next lesson,
I'm
she
glad
was
this is
like,
from a
"Oh,
great
it went
teacher.
so much better." You know, she was even more happy because she just so much happier because she said, "I really changed it and did differently," and she felt so much more confident after that next lesson. Okay, we have 2 more video clips, but we have time because
Very
we're
quick
gonna.
ones, yes.
We are.
'Cause we have,
are.
Yes. They're short.
I wanted you to see a little bit of Gabby's and how the reflection went since you saw her earlier reflection.
So thinking about your next lesson, what would you, and I know you don't know exactly what you're teaching yet, but for your next lesson, based on the feedback, what is a goal that you think you would have now? Because you've met most of the goals you've had with your first 2 lessons. So with lesson 3, what would a goal be based on that feedback from your cooperating teacher?
maybe like, let me see, keep a timer. Like I can possibly like keep a timer, or I can, like you said, cut the exploration like in half, or somehow have the kids do something, come back, like regroup, talk about it, discuss it, and then let them go back to their activity that they were doing, and then like do a quick independent like assessment, just
Right.
quick like
So maybe the goal could
exit
even
ticket
be
or
right.
something like
maybe
that.
the goal could be to have more formal assessment checks throughout the lesson.
So that way I don't have to take 15 minutes or 10
Right.
minutes to
So
do.
so maybe even instead of having it all in the evaluate at the end so that it's maybe just a little bit, it could be that those formal checks in between, because I know you walk around and I know you ask questions, but maybe she wants it more formal. So maybe even after, having them do like almost a quick exit ticket out of Explore, and then another something and elaborate. And so having maybe those more formal quick. So I think.
And then we'll play a little bit of Gigi's just because, so you can hear that.
So let's talk about my feedback. So I really looked at your goal 1 and 3 had a lot in common. So you had that about keeping the students on task, but then also helping them understand and make sure they knew the directions and were able to do it. So I combined a lot of those. I saw you do give me a thumbs up if you're ready. Give me, a thumbs up if you have this part. You also said, give me a thumbs up when you're there or point to the screen when you're there. You gave them a lot of quick formative assessment type things to really check and make sure that they stayed on task. You said, give me a thumbs up when your screen says, and you had those directions there. You had them use sticky notes while they were reading, and you walked around and really checked for that understanding with asking us questions. You reminded them to write down. You even talked about annotations, that in reading we annotate and we do our inner thinking and then we write it down. So you were really great about at every step checking that they were right there. I mean, I wrote it down multiple times. Even when you modulated your voice and you used your hands, it got their attention if they needed it. So that was great. One of the things, and you modeled. Every step you modeled. And I think that was so important for keeping them on task and, like you said, making sure they understood. So, you modeled exactly what to do on the computer. You modeled with your reading and with the book what you wanted to do as you were thinking aloud and showing them that. The only thing on goal 1 that I would, for your next lesson, that I would think about, I think you need a good attention getter that you can use, because I noticed you said shh a couple of times, so we've talked about that. We don't want to say shh. And then also, you did use eyes up here once, but I think there were a couple of times when, because they were in groups, you needed their attention. So is there anything your cooperating teacher uses to get their attention?
She'll say waterfall, waterfall, shh.
Okay, so that would have been a great one. So I think even if you have, especially when you have a lesson like you did, where they're going to be working in groups and then coming back together, you definitely need something that's going to bring them back together. And it wasn't a problem, but it's just something I think that you could incorporate. And I know they like that waterfall one. So that's definitely something.
So, any last thoughts about these video samples? Waterfall. Yeah, that's a fun one. Anything else you noticed or that you want to comment from the videos? Okay, well, we're going to wrap up our part of it. So we're just going to look at some reflections that we've had shared and some themes we've pulled out with Dr. Reinhardt's research and other things we've done from the teacher candidates and from the cooperating teachers. So we talk about how coaching really pushes students out of their comfort zone. So it provides them that opportunity to experiment with their planning and their teaching and assessing. It fosters the development of reflection, creates intent in teacher candidates' pedagogical decisions. So it really helps them think, why am I doing what I'm doing? And what is the purpose of that? We talk a lot about in teaching, you have to have documentation. You have to, if a parent or an administrator or somebody else says, why are you doing that? They need to be able to articulate that and answer that and have that evidence and that research base so that they do understand why they're making the decisions they do. Forms a catalyst for teacher candidate and site professor, which produces authentic and long-lasting relationships, which you've seen. It inspires that reciprocal climate between not only teacher candidate and site professor, but also with cooperating teacher, because it's nice in their final reflections to hear them say, yeah, my CT told me the exact same thing you did, or my CT noticed this. So they see that we're all on the same page, and we do talk and share, and that we're seeing it's not just one person noticing something. It encourages potential alignment between the cooperating teacher and the site professor, supervisor, coaching, and then it promotes that collaborative practice, exactly what we've said, that we're all in it together. We really are. So I'll finish with these couple of quotes. This is from a cooperating teacher, and I love the picture. This is from an actual evaluation form, where at the end she wrote, "I'm also learning from her." And that is what we want, that reciprocal relationship where the cooperating teachers feel like it is reciprocal and that they're learning from our teacher candidates as much as our teacher candidates are learning from them. And then one said, "When I agreed to take on a pre-student teacher, I figured it would provide me some much needed help with my students, especially since I had recently been moved to a new campus. What I didn't realize then was how much I was going to gain professionally from this experience. I've grown alongside and vicariously through my student. She inspires me to be better because she tries so hard to be better every day. I see how much she is learning and reflecting on her practices, and she takes that and shares it with me, and I share it with others. I love that about your program." And it's one of the reasons, I'm going to get emotional, that we take pride in our program and what our students accomplish and do, because we really want to see that. And then the final, this is from a teacher candidate. "Thank you so much for everything you did to help me understand the true value of reflection. I can honestly say this has impacted me in ways I never imagined. You have modeled what it is to do whatever it takes to help students succeed. I will take what I learned in your class to the classroom and what it means to be a reflective learner to heart." So we're going to end with that. We are going to have a question and answer time, but we're going to take a break first. Look, we're right on schedule. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. Is that good? Till 11:10?
Yes, we're going to
Okay.
take about a 10-minute break till 11:10. Then we're going to come back together, wrap it all up, and then hopefully give you guys some time, that 10 minutes, to be reflective and think of any other questions that you might have. And so encourage you to sort of do that. And Robin referred earlier to some of the research that's being done. So we just submitted a response to AACTE's 10 proclamations. So, and a lot of it was based on our coaching model. So cross our fingers that we get that manuscript published. And so we're working on trying to sort of not only publish our work, but improve upon it as well. And I think that the 10 proclamations that AACTE published were a really good way for us to be reflective and look at some of the things that we're doing. So some of the things that you saw here were also reflective of that as well. So please take a little break.
There are some snacks, but we will have lunch in just a little bit. But there are
Yes.
some snacks in the back. Those of you who are watching online, if you have questions, please type them in. We will answer those during the question and answer time also. So we will be back at about 11:10.
Yeah, but about 11:10, and then right after the Q&A, we are going to introduce our keynote speaker that we are extremely excited about. So stay with us.
Thank you. If you'll go ahead and flip
Okay.
that screen to the contact information.
Okay, welcome back, everyone.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Okay, welcome back. We're going to go ahead and get back started before we have our keynote.
Hello? Okay,
Yeah.
there we go. All right, very good.
We'll have just a few minutes for question and answers before we introduce our keynote. Does anyone have any questions they would like to ask? Dr. Reinhardt's going to come join us up here for questions and answers if we have any. Any questions? Anything you want to know about coaching or our field-based experience or clinical teaching?
You have a different perspective here with Dr. Reinhardt, so a question that you may not have asked before.
And she coaches with all levels, but especially secondary. But she has a lot of all level also.
Yeah, and with my all level, I do actually work an awful lot with Dr. Robertson because, again, her expertise in understanding what special education teachers need to know is an area that I don't necessarily have expertise in, but I learn every day from her. So, and I don't have any reading students, so because I'm in secondary, so I don't have any of the EC6 students, so I don't have the opportunity to work with some of the other professors that they do. But yes, ma'am.
Necessarily have a question about the actual process, but what are the next steps for bridging this wonderful model with districts and whatever other entities? Just curious.
Okay, so some of the things that we're doing and that we're thinking of doing, and I've already have gotten the wheels in motion. Earlier, you heard us talking about SUPSI, a school university partnership for education, and I had Tracy come up to me during the break from Flower Bluff and sort of ask the same thing. How can we get our cooperating teachers trained in this model? And earlier you've heard us use the word over and over, reciprocity, and that we're all sort of learning here, and everyone's taking something from it. So definitely we want our cooperating teachers and our site supervisors to be using this model and implementing this way. But as you can see, it is a formidable request. It's a formidable thing to ask of our cooperating teachers and our site supervisors, even though we notice that we know the benefits of it. But we are using this next SUPSI, we are going to have specific sessions dedicated to the coaching model and training our site supervisors and cooperating teachers in the coaching model. That's one thing, but getting the cooperating teachers there is another thing altogether. So some of our partners have said, you know what, we're so committed to this and so committed to this coaching model that those teachers who are asking to be a cooperating teacher will have to attend SUPSI as part of that, and then attending SUPSI, they have to attend those sessions that are part of that will school them or provide them professional development on the coaching model. And as far as site supervisors, our supers, we are working more intently with them, and we'll be providing professional development, but it'll also be a venue there. But one of the things that we talked about, and we're all sort of, timing is everything, and we're all kind of sort of thinking the same things. Kimberly came up to me about a week ago, and just in the hall, we were just passing by, and she's like, we should be talking more, the site professors and the supers and sharing ideas and things of that nature. And yes, we need to do that more. We talked earlier about avoiding the start, stop. And we're so big about that. We don't want field-based to be field-based, and then we the clinical teaching to be clinical teaching, but that they complement one another, and they're an extension of one another and of each other. And so that those professional attributes, for example, that Robin talked about, and how we go through them at the end of the semester in field-based, how can we bridge those into clinical teaching? How can we use those and what we gleaned from that into clinical teaching, and to help us help those students better in clinical teaching? So Kimberly's point was a very valid point. Again, going back to SUPSI, as a venue where we can do that, where we can have these conversations, where we can bring those cooperating teachers and those supers together to talk about lessons learned. What are some of the things that you see working? What are some of the things that you think we should be doing a bit better, or honing in on a little bit more, and what can we do to get better and to work closer or to get to work more smarter rather than just
And
harder
one
all
of
the time.
one of the benefits of having a cohort model for our field-based experience is, for example, with our partnership with West Oso ISD, they have a teaching and learning conference before their school year starts. So the site professors have made it, have committed. So for 2 years at that conference, we presented on the coaching model to the cooperating teachers at that partnership. So that's one way we have been able to do it. We also have tried as site professors to have professional development on that campus for our cooperating teachers. I know at one of the campuses I've worked with the principal and we've talked to the cooperating teachers. The dean has come in and watched us coach. So I agree that we just need to extend that and expand that model where we are really having those professional development opportunities with SUPSI and in beyond with our cooperating teachers.
And just to add, again, talking about the being in a secondary position and in a middle school, most of my students are more specialized, and I do have some of the theater students. And when Carmen and I were speaking about it, we were talking about the theater students that I had last semester getting ready to go into their clinical teaching this semester, and I had the opportunity to talk to the person who's going to be their supervisor, and I felt like it was so beneficial, hopefully for my students, I haven't talked to them yet, but because I was able to say, hey, these are the things we worked on, these were the goals that she had throughout the semester, so here you go, like, this is where you can start. And, you know, like giving that knowledge about where the individual students are in terms of moving forward and getting ready now to be there 5 days a week. I mean, he was super grateful to get that information, to be able to help these two students that he'll be supervising. But one of the other things that I know Robin does this as well, but on the adaptation at the bottom of the form that I use with my students, I have specifically a clinical teaching goal so that I know my students are going in with at least one goal as they start their next semester, you know, to be able to think about before they start, to plan for as they're moving into a new experience, a new site, a new supervisor, and something that they can go and say, hey, this is the first thing I'm going to work on. Let's get going with this, and kind of give them at least one step forward in continuing to be reflective and do, you know, work with these practices that are going to help them grow in their clinical teaching experience as well.
But it also takes a great deal of intentionality, even that in and of itself, because we don't want to go to a place or get to a place or end up in a place where we're sharing information from field-based to clinical teaching, where it sort of has this notion of the self-fulfilling prophecy, like this is what they're capable of, this is what they can, none of that. So we have to be reflective about that as well. I'm very conscientious about it as well, so that we don't in any way fall into that. So we're very we recognize that a great deal, and we work very, very hard to make sure that that's not the any part of what we're trying to do at all, but rather in a form that just helps the students grow.
I have a question. How much time would it involve to prepare these cooperating teachers to have the student teacher and learn the model? How much time would we need to invest in that?
The presentation we do is about like this. It's about an hour, but I think more than that, obviously, is going to be the site professors and the supers meeting with the cooperating teachers. What I would love to see is the triad model a little bit more, kind of like we do with Dr. Robertson, where she comes and does it with us, so that it could be the cooperating teacher and the site professor or the supervisor coaching with the student, because I think then that could be a learning from each other, more of that reciprocal process. Kimberly can answer this more too. I mean, it would be time, because it takes 30-minute minimum coaching. So they have to have 30 minutes to be able to meet with you and do that. So it would either need to be, you know, during planning or after school, or if we could find some way to have, you know, subs or something that could help us facilitate that. But each coaching session is a minimum of 30 minutes.
And in terms of the preparation of teachers, I know as a department, we're talking a lot about our strategic goals and our vision and relating all of the mission and vision together. And one of the things that one of my task forces has spoken about is, you know, what else can we do? Is there a way to bring people together as a whole the people who are going to be, kind of like in the summer before the semester starts, a quiet time when there's not as much going on. And I know, with SUPSI being one of those fantastic things, I also know in particular that you weren't able to go one year because you were recruiting. So during the school year, there's so many things sometimes that are happening. It pulls the attention away from being able to help facilitate, this thing that takes an awful lot of time to do. So,
'Cause it's ongoing. It's not just a 1 hour thing and then you're done. I think it's that every, so if you think minimum 3 lessons, that's a minimum of 3 coaching. So, with the cooperating teacher.
And one of the things that I'm going to try working on more this semester too is integrating technology into it. I know there's a lot of research that's been done about using different ways to conference and video conference. I'm not a huge fan of that yet. Maybe I'll become one because I like to spend time face-to-face with my students. But I also teach in our master's program, which is a fully online program, and I need, I interface with my students that way, not as much as I'd like. So I'm kind of in my own sort of practice right now, trying to find ways to bring one thing up technology-wise while I'm bringing technology out of the other thing, and balancing the way that I'm able to coach and be present for students in both realms. My face-to-face classes a little more digitally, and my digital classes more face-to-face. So I think that there's possibilities in there too, to be able to do things that hopefully will move that forward in an asynchronous way, which then people can of course access. Time can be spread out in a more useful way to alleviate some of the issues that we have. But so I don't know. I don't know how that'll go.
And I hope
That is an
this
experiment
will be
for
a
me.
start because, we do have a lot of administrators here, but also this will be recorded. So, there can be some flipped type of things where they watch a little bit, then ask questions, and we meet. So if there's not a time before SUPSI to do training necessarily, we could at least watch and start those conversations.
Absolutely. And we're always looking for new ways to really be able to incorporate this. We do so recognizing that it's a lot to ask. I mean, honestly, it is a lot to ask. We know because we do it. So we know it's a lot to ask. But we also know the value in it. And
when I had the teacher candidates with Robin, one of the things we did is we had a professional development model that we utilized. We used the teachers to train them because I'm trying to steal them from the bluff and hire them. And so I need to make sure they're ready, right, to walk into the classroom. But still, that's a semester actually before they get out.
Yeah.
So this leads me to think, how can I support as a principal the student teachers once they're in the building? And I'm just, if we see that there's some areas that, gosh, we still need to hit this more, how can I support? So that's one of the questions that I have, and I want to support so that they're ready to walk in our CCISD classrooms.
Absolutely, absolutely. And just off the top of my head, incorporate some of these components of this coaching model into your own normal professional development. I know you guys have some autonomy there and some flexibility into what you can do in terms of PD. Not all of it. Some of it is scripted for you and mandated, but you do have some autonomy. So I know you have the choice to decide what you'd like to bring in. So bring in the coaching model. Think about that.
And I do think, as someone said about T-TEST, that there are a lot of connections. We talked about that too. T-TEST, our state evaluation system for in-service teachers, we use as part of our model with our evaluations for our teacher candidates and clinical teachers. And I think there's similarities that you could use coaching. I know, Kelly, you did that. What you'll talk about it on the panel is you really do have a coaching model for that with your students, and I'm sure our other principals here too do also. And I think that's a good place where you can model it for your cooperating teachers, and it can become more, collaborative. Okay.
All right. Thank you, everyone. We're going to go ahead and
Thank
transition into our keynote. So I'm going to walk up. Okay, so I have the distinct pleasure of introducing our keynote this morning. So Dr. Miranda Fernande Wolichowski is a clinical associate professor in the Department of Educational Psychology, bilingual programs at Texas A&M University College Station. She is credentialed as an associate certified coach, ACC, by the International Coaching Federation. Dr. Wolichowski fell in love with coaching in 2015 and has been working to incorporate a coaching approach to pre-service teacher preparation and development. In addition, Miranda is the founder and principal of Miranew Coaching and Consulting LLC, which specializes in helping teams, groups, and individuals increase their energy, leadership, engagement, execution, and excellence through coaching. Miranda provides leadership development for school leaders in her Miranew Institute for Leaders in Education program. For the past 4 years, Miranda has provided leadership development coaching at the Duar Institute for New Leaders at Rice University. This year, she is part of a pilot for leadership development through coaching at the United States Military Academy, West Point. Dr. Wolichowski is currently involved in research projects focused on team effectiveness and coaching and team coaching. She has developed and taught graduate-level coursework on coaching at Texas A&M University. On a personal note, Miranda is married to John Wolichowski, and they have 5 children, aged 21, 13, 9, 7, and 6. This year, Miranda became a competitive powerlifter. So please help me welcome to the podium our keynote for this morning. Very lucky to have Ms. Miranda Wolichowski. She's actually going to stay down there.
Okay, thank you so much. And like I said, I fell in love with coaching in 2015, and since then have been looking for ways to integrate that in the way that we prepare teachers and also leaders in education. And I've had vast experience in coaching people from different careers, different personal life issues, as well as couples, and so you name it. So if it's been presented in front of me with a coaching opportunity, I've dove in and have found that I just absolutely love that. So what I'm going to do today is present a little bit more of the coaching approach, so in terms of what we talk about in terms of how ICF defines that, so that you can glean what kind of principles can you glean from that to incorporate into this type of coaching models for teacher prep, but into your leadership, and into your relationships. So I think what we're going to hear and explore today is going to help you personally and professionally as well. So one of the impetus for wanting to bring coaching into education, when I became a certified coach, I just really saw the value of it. And as I think about teachers, this is one of the things that concerns me the most, and we know the retention rate. Oops, excuse me. But a search online for teaching makes me brings up these results. So teaching makes me depressed and happy, suicidal, learn better, feel like a failure, make a difference, makes me anxious, makes me so tired, makes me tired. Teacher depression and anxiety are so common. Teaching gave me a nervous breakdown, things like that. And so, you know, as you could see, overwhelmingly what you see, and I just picture this teacher, you know, at night, about 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock in bed, when he or she should probably be getting some rest, but instead is looking for solace and camaraderie and searching on an iPad. I'm so frustrated. What am I going to do? Like, how can I get out of this? I'm feeling burnt out, overwhelmed. And then this is what they search, and then this is what comes up. And so that's the reason that I have brought in coaching into education and want to continue to explore how to do that. So our goals for this session would be to improve yourself as a coach. So in reality, we all are coaches. So all of us are leaders. So anyone who influences another is a leader. And anyone who cares about the development of another person is a coach. So we're all coaches. So we're going to improve ourselves as a coach today. Hopefully you'll be inspired. It would mean a lot to me if you go away with at least one goal and that you're able to implement that to become better. And then also, we'll practice some actual elements of coaching as well, so that you'll have that to execute on. So ICF defines coaching as a partnering with clients in a thought-provoking and creative process that inspires them to maximize their potential and personally and professional potential. And so it's basically helping someone get from A to B. And so that's the foundation of what coaching is. The type of coaching that I do is a little bit different than the type of coaching that we have in some models, because I actually, when you go through coaching school, you withhold giving any advice. And this is very difficult because we are rewarded for knowing the answers. We're rewarded for giving advice. We're rewarded for helping. It's also a selfish need, selfish, in that we want to feel value and that we give value by giving answers and giving a pathway. But one of the things that they do in coaching school is you're not allowed to give any advice until the very end, and then they teach you a gentle way where you could put things on the table for people to explore. And so that's what we're going to do a little bit today as well. And so the definition in terms of the peer type of coaching, or when you do provide more of that mentoring and consulting piece, and this one is from the Association for Supervision and Curriculum Development. So for example, peer coaching is a confidential process through which 2 or more professional colleagues work together to reflect on current practices, expand, refine, and build new skills, share ideas, teach one another, conduct classroom research, or solve problems in the workplace. So that's also another traditional model of coaching. So here, I really like to think about the educational aspect when we talk about coaching, because I think it matches up really well. So coaching is a metacognitive process. So it brings forth the ability to think about one's thinking. It brings forth what we know in order to know more. So it's a very, very metacognitive process. When we're thinking about strategies, it's a think aloud process. So just like you would do a think aloud with a student in a classroom, coaching is that. It's the opportunity for the person to articulate their thoughts, and many times just by speaking their thoughts, they gain a lot of clarity. So they'll say something in a coaching session, and then they'll stop and either laugh or just shock or be taken aback, like, I can't believe I believe that, or I can't believe that's how I've been thinking. And so that alone, like I don't even have to say or do anything, just them articulating their thoughts is a big opportunity for clarity. Coaching also allows the higher levels of Bloom's to take over. So synthesis, evaluation, deconstruction, comparison, contrast, all of those higher level skills and Bloom's are brought forth through coaching. Coaching helps reduce the affective filter. And so this was one of the things that when I went to coaching school, I was kind of worried about this aspect of no judgment, because that's one of the things that they teach you is that there's no judgment. And I wrestled with this. Well, I have a moral compass, and what do I do, like if something just doesn't sit right or I feel something is wrong? And now if you ask my clients, the number one thing that they would say is that they find me to be very non-judgmental. And despite whatever they say, they realize very soon that it's a very safe place to do so. And the reason I was able to do that is because I learned, and this is how I kind of self-coach myself through the process, is not to label the individual by their actions. So I might be seeing a certain action, but that individual is not their action. So if I see something that I perceive to be lazy or irresponsible, I wouldn't allow myself to label the person as lazy or irresponsible. And I came to realize that we are all on a continuum. And so just anything that you come across, we're all on that same continuum. So even stealing, as I think about that concept in judging against someone for stealing, in reality, if there are days when you're at work and you're not very productive, on the continuum of a stealing, like you're there, right? I have a tendency to take pens. Whenever someone gives me a paper to sign, I will walk away with a pen, unintentionally, but that's on the continuum of stealing. And so when you look at it that way, it helps reduce the judgment that we have against other people, and that allows us to be able to open and provide that safe space for them to receive good coaching and development when they're not feeling judged. So it reduces the affective filter. So again, our apprehensions against making changes. And then feedback, it provides an opportunity for feedback, so a coach gives feedback, and then obviously an opportunity for reflection. So when we talk about coaching, it's beautifully aligned with a lot of educational principles. And I'd like to caution, as you think about coaching and yourself and developing yourself as a coach. So there was a couple of studies done where they brought in undergraduate students and they asked them Like, what would you do if you had to be shocked? And everybody was like, no, of course, I would never want to be shocked. Would you pay money to not be shocked? And yes, of course, like I would never want to be shocked. So these students were brought into a room and they were left there for 15 minutes. And within that 15 minutes, the majority of them, especially the males, started to just play with the little device and self-shock. Because that was a lot more pleasant than being alone with my own thoughts. And then they decided, well, these are undergraduates, and these are sophomores, and these are males, so let's try a different population. They tried it with a different population, professionals, adults, diverse, backgrounds. Same thing. They found the same thing, that people are afraid to be alone with their thoughts and think. And so you can think about when you go to the doctor's office or even at a red light, we cannot be alone for even 3 seconds with our thoughts before somebody pulls out their phone. And have you ever seen anybody thinking anymore? Like in a doctor's office or a red light, it's just unusual. It's like immediately the device. I don't want to be alone with my thoughts. And so I think this is another reason that coaching is becoming even more important, because as generations, we're losing our ability to just think and be with our thoughts. And coaching forces and then makes it a pleasant, sometimes, experience to be able to do the coaching, to do the thinking as well. And we'll provide the slides for you so that you could have the references if you'd like. So here are some of the practical things that I've been incorporating into the teacher preparation program that I coordinate. And so, for example, this year we started creating a leadership development plan, a teacher leadership development plan. And so I encourage them to set 3 goals. One is a personal goal, because the personal matters. And so if they are not being resilient in their personal life, it's going to affect and impact how they are professionally. So they set a personal goal. They set a leadership goal. So what does it mean to be a better leader? Because as teachers, we want them to be teacher leaders. And then they set a teaching goal. So these are the junior field-based students. Their teaching goal could be in terms of classroom management, Spanish academic vocabulary, whatever it is that they feel that they need. And so that's something that we've incorporated. And another thing that we've done is a little bit more along the terms of peer coaching. And so I'm actually teaching them some coaching skills. And this is brand new this semester. What we're doing is they're going to coach each other as they develop their lesson plans, coach each other on their videos that they record of themselves teaching in the classroom. And so I can't tell you how that's going, but I'm sure it's going to go very well. Because they'll be able to provide each other feedback and learn from each other, and then develop those skills that they can later take into campuses and serve as peer coaches and model that for their colleagues as well. And so I really believe in creating teachers that are going to be able to be resilient and productive beyond, after they leave our classroom, with skills that they're going to be able to use as they grow and to impact others. And then the thing I have been doing for several semesters now, or a few years, is the group coaching with the clinical teachers. And so again, here encouraging them to develop those personal goals, those professional goals. And we actually have a group coaching scenario where somebody will get in the hot seat and I will coach them. And so we'll ask whatever they're challenged with in the classroom. Maybe it's classroom management, maybe it's on lesson planning, and everybody will just listen and watch as I coach that person. And what all the students will say is, like, as you were coaching them, I was answering all the questions for myself, and it was like you were coaching me as well. And so it's a beautiful opportunity for them to see that others are experiencing the same thing, and then to vicariously be able to be coached as well. A beautiful experience that we had with this one is I had a student who was just the epitome of kindness and concern and compassion for others. And she had a student that she just couldn't connect with in the classroom when she was clinical teaching. And so he was, again, disruptive in the classroom and not fully engaged and things like that. And so we talked about that, and we talked about the aspect of empathy. And she said, well, I have empathy. Like, I have a lot of empathy for him. And so I invited her. I said, do you mind if we do a role play during your coaching while you're in the hot seat? And she said, okay. She was open to it. And so I said, okay, you'll be the student. And I will be the coach. And so I will just be asking you some questions, and you answer them from the perspective of the student. And so I began to ask, like, well, what's it like to be in the classroom? And what's it like when you're sitting there and the teacher calls upon you and you don't know the answer? What's it like in the morning getting to school? And so all these questions, by the end of the session, there wasn't a dry eye in our entire group coaching session. And the student teacher just broke down. She said, my gosh, I thought I was a very empathetic person, but I had no idea what it was like to walk in that student's shoes. And so once she had that experience and that awareness, I pulled her out from there, and then we moved into action. So what are you going to do now that you have this clarity and this awareness? And she implemented a plan that just worked out beautiful. Probably changed that child's life, right? Because that child had never had anybody really connect and really stop to get to know what was going on internally, and they were just trying to address the external outcomes of the internal turmoil that the child was facing. But because this teacher had and was open enough and vulnerable enough to go there, we were able to do something very powerful in coaching. So I think it was a transformative experience for her, for those of us who witnessed it, and for the student as well. And that's another reason that I love coaching. And so here, there's practical opportunities to be able to use coaching in many situations. So the clinical teaching semester, looking at the professional, personal. Another thing they ask for a lot is coach me on transition. Coach me on how do I go from being a student to then being, a responsible teacher of record, an adult, and all of that it entails. And many times we'll do coaching around, if you're struggling to manage this right now, whatever it is, homework or eating or whatever it is, what's it going to be like when you're a full teacher of record and you have this? And what's it going to be like if you get married and have kids and you're doing this, or you decide to go to grad school? So then they begin to realize the importance of, just not being able to get there on time, or struggling with making lunch and taking it with me. All those little behaviors, they actually matter, because if we don't address them, you're just going to, wherever you go, you're going to be, and you'll be bringing them along, and life is just going to get more difficult. And so hopefully being able to allow them to see how important those little things are and coaching them through them. Another thing that they like to be coached on is managing up and managing across. And so what do you do when you're sitting and during lesson time planning with your colleagues, your mentor teacher and her or his colleagues, and somebody is disengaged, or somebody is not really wanting to be there, or they have negative comments to say about others or the leadership on campus or students? Like, what do you do then? And I love coaching on that, because they feel like they're very powerless to do anything, but it's like, you're very powerful. Like, there's something that you can do that can change the entire dynamic of what's going on in there. And so we began to coach, and they usually land on something, and they go and try it and then let us know how that worked as well. So being able to manage there and being able to manage up. Sometimes something might not be working with a cooperating teacher, and then so we'll coach around there. Like, what do you want? What are the outcomes that you want? What can you do? And so then again, they get that agency, and they usually will try something, and it usually works, or if it doesn't, we coach again and they find something else. And so it's just a beautiful opportunity for them to see that they don't have to be a victim to things, that they actually have agency and can change things. And then by them changing, as you change, your environment changes around you, because it responds to you in a different way, because you're a different person. And so that's very powerful for them to see as well. And so today we're going to practice a few questions that I use in coaching, and these are called the meta questions. And so these are the basic foundation of coaching. So coaches get paid, I don't know, there's a full range. I have a colleague, she does coaching. She gets paid $1,000 an hour. She keeps telling me I should charge more. And it's like, I'd like to still be accessible to people. It's like, I don't know where you get your clients, but I don't know that I'd have any if I charged $1,000 an hour. But $1,000 an hour to ask you these 4 questions, and people keep coming back. So of course there's a little bit more of an art and a science to it, but you'll be able to experience what it's like to go through these 4 questions, and then we'll switch, and then you'll experience the questions that I've added to it. So right now, you're gonna pair up, and one of you is gonna be a coach, one of you is gonna be a client. So I'm asking you to be a little bit open and vulnerable today. Everything that's shared in this room will stay in this room. Can I just have an assurance of that? So everything that's said in this room will stay in this room. You don't have to choose something that's very uncomfortable for you. It could be, doing better with exercise or nutrition, or something you want to change at work, or productivity, whatever it is. So you don't have to have something that's uncomfortable to talk about. So one of you will be the coach, and all you will do is ask these 4 questions, and then the client will respond to those. So where are you now? So where are you now in terms of this thing that you want? So whatever it is, I like to scale the question because it makes it easier. So let's say they want to be more productive, or they want to have a more engaging classroom environment. I just ask, or they want to be healthier, or they want their marriage to be better. So on a scale of 0 to 5 or scale of 0 to 10, where are you now? Okay, I'm at a 7 or I'm at a 6. Where do you want to be? I'd like to be at least an 8. And then so then the coaching focuses around what's that gap between where you are now and where you want to be. And so the next question, where do you want to be? So I want to be at an 8. So what's been stopping you? So you coach around that and have some conversation around that. And then at the end, what are you going to do about it? And that's the commitment or action. So this is the very skeleton of coaching and a framework. And again, it's a process that takes more. There's more nuances, and it's not linear, like they talked about earlier in the coaching model. It isn't, but for practice purposes, we're going to make it a little bit more linear, and the client's going to cooperate, and all of that's going to work out well. So today is September, so the person that has a birthday, so you're going to pair up. Whoever has a birthday closer to now will be the coach, and then the other person will be the client. And you'll have a few minutes, maybe about 5 or 7 minutes to practice this. So get in pairs, and then, or you can just choose because you'll switch anyway. So I think there's one here. Do you want to meet up with somebody at this table? Okay, perfect, thank you. Okay, you may start, and there are your questions. action item? No. Okay, close? Okay. Just the first one, yes. We're still on the first one, so yes, yes. So, all right. Okay, so hopefully you had an opportunity to experience what it was like to use the meta questions, and hopefully you also held back if you were the coach giving any guidance or advice and allowing the person to explore deeply. So can you share with me what that was like as a client? So if you were a client, what was it like to be asked these questions, to think about your issue with these questions, and to just experience the coaching? What was that like?
I think it was, I mean, for me, it was kind of easy. I already knew what I wanted, one of the things that I wanted to, and Robin's a great listener, so they were kind of easy.
Okay.
But I think because in my head, I'd already sort of.
You had already wrestled with it and had some idea of where you were going to go with it. So then articulating it, right, articulating to another. Sometimes just that accountability piece, matters when you say that to someone else. Now I'm going to follow through and do it. Okay, what else?
So I'm probably on the other end of the spectrum, Carmen, because I found even though they are very simplistic questions, that they were quite thought-provoking.
Mm-hmm.
And then at one point, I had to look at her and go, well, it's me.
Yes, I'm stopping myself. Yes.
So yeah, I found myself kind of looking at myself in the mirror as I went through those questions.
Right. And if you had gotten stuck, then there would have been some more coaching about what limiting beliefs do you have that are stopping you, or what is it, so there would be a lot more there if you had gotten stuck. But wonderful. What else?
Yeah, just to kind of piggyback on what Karina and Carmen said, is just that, first of all, what stays and happens here stays here, which was good.
Yes,
Secondly,
yes.
that I knew Tracy, but what Karina was saying about, wow, that's pretty deep. You get in there and it's like, okay, and then you start elaborating with the questions, and you really are starting to kind of reflectively say, wow, you know what? These are some things that definitely I can work on. So
Right.
it's pretty powerful.
Excellent. Okay.
I'll give one. I just happened to be paired up with the first statement out of my mouth was, well, we're going to talk about this next week in the ADEP review when we talk about goals. So it was kind of neat. But I found it helpful that as I went through those questions, Kathleen and I kind of emerged upon, and she helped fill in a metaphor. And so that metaphor was another point to me. That's an important piece, is to be able to pull apart some visual in your mind or something you can write out. But the metaphor had a lot of depth to it that will stick with me and be able to help out as I process through that.
Absolutely. I love the use of metaphors in coaching, because sometimes we might not want to say the words that we're experiencing, or may not have the words to express it. But once we put it into a metaphor or a visual, then we can just go to town with that. And so very powerful. Glad you went there.
I think I'm like Carmen. I've been it's been on my mind. Where am I now? What do I want to be? Where do I want to be? It's been there. But I've never said it out loud.
Mm-hmm.
I've never said it out loud. Not only that, it's never been told ever, even though it was a deep down, this is what I really want. So it came out today. Woo.
Yes, wonderful.
And I'm ready.
Yes.
That was the easiest $1,000 I ever
Yes, you ever made. So she'll write you the check at the end on the way out.
He's expensive, too.
Yes. Yes. What was it? Oh, go ahead, and then we'll talk about the coach.
I like that Kimberly validated my responses.
Good.
So I had said, she asked, what are you going to do about it? I said, well, I'm going to make a plan. So then afterwards she said, I really like that you said you're going to set a goal. And so I can really feel how my students really like the validation they get when we're listening to them and then we're responding back instead of just telling them.
Right.
And so I really like that validation.
Absolutely. Wonderful. What about as a coach? What was the experience to take someone through this process?
Well, Carmen, like she said, already kind of had it out, thought through, but it took a little little bit of the pressure off of me
Mhm.
because I didn't have to have the answer.
Absolutely.
I mean, what she talked about, I don't really know anything about. Once
Right.
again, like, you know, and so it was good because she had to kind of work through it, and I could
Absolutely.
listen to what she was saying and have more time to think about, you know, and I kept thinking the whole time of you saying that about being non-judgmental and not like putting a value on it, and that was made it good because I just could listen. And
Right.
so-
Absolutely. Great observation. Any other comments as a coach?
Bree definitely had a plan, and she was, she knew what she wanted to talk about. I was a little hesitant. I know that's shocking. We're also personal friends, so
Okay.
so I thought, yeah, what are you going to ask about? What do you want? What are you going to talk about? But I looked at those questions, and I'm thinking, I mean, how deep can you really go with just 4 questions without any preliminary discussion? I mean, besides yours, but if we were doing this on a coaching level, and I was surprised at how deep we were able to go just thinking about that, and just staying silent allowed her to continue. She would stop, and then she would add on some more.
Right.
And so it was an interesting process, and definitely the value in the questions.
Yes.
I know.
Yes.
Yes, you
and
do.
That's a great point. The power of silence. Very, very powerful.
That was powerful because I felt myself talking even more because she was so quiet. and
Right.
just-
Right.
One of the things with Edna and I is, once we went through it, number 4, I then had to keep going, now what are you going to do about it? Because she brought more to the table, what are you going to do about it? So, and you know, I'm kicking myself now because did we work together just a year? 2 years? Okay, I was like, I kept saying I was going to go watch Robin coach, and I never got in there to do it. So now I'm really kicking myself, but I'm glad I got to see the videos.
Yes. Good. Good. Thank you. Yeah. So thank you for sharing your experience as a client and as a coach. The energy was really nice as I was walking in the room, and some of you were even mirroring. And so we don't want to imitate our client, but we do want to mirror the actions. And so if someone's very expressive and using their hands up here, at some point as a coach, you want to do that as well because it connects you with the other person. The way that you sit, you know, if you're just kind of leaning back and got your leg crossed and the other person's leaning forward, then there's a disconnect. So those very subtle physical gestures, you know, matter, that the body language matters. And I saw a lot of that being done really well in the room, just naturally. So that was really good. So yeah, so these are just 4 questions. And again, it does allow you as the coach to not feel that you have to have the answers, because we don't. Because we don't know the other person. We are not the other person. They are a collection of the experiences that they've had, their personality, their characteristics, their values. All of these things come into play, their fears, their desires. There's no way you could ever know what the best thing is for the other person. And so doing it this way, you don't have to. Now, there are times where I do provide some expertise and guidance, and I'll share that with you later. But as much as you can hold back and allow the person to do the work, the more powerful it is. And research shows that people don't like to be told what to do. So if you tell them what to do, one ear and out the other, if they come up with it, then there's a whole lot of greater chance of agency that they will follow through and that they value it and it matters. So thank you for playing along. And we're going to also try this with some additional questions that I've added to enhance the experience. But first, we're going to do lunch, right? And I'll turn it over to Carmen.
Yes. Is this on? One of my pieces needs to be on. Okay. So we are going to do lunch now, and we're going to go ahead and get started with lunch. But then Miranda is going to resume. So we're going to go ahead and break for lunch so everyone can grab something to eat. And then she's going to resume. And after Miranda is done, we are going to have the panel of experts with the questions and wrap up the day. So still some great, exciting things. Thanks, Miranda, for the first half. go ahead and continue to enjoy their lunch. And we're going to go ahead and resume with Dr. Wolichowski and her presentation, but go ahead and please continue your lunch. And as you'll see some students coming in. Some of them are my students from my course, some of them are students from other courses, so they'll be getting their lunch and also listening in, so that would be great.
Okay, thank you. We'll leave the second practice to see if we have enough time to do that, and if not, I'll go back and share. Well, let me share what the questions are now, and then if there's time, we'll practice that again. So these are the questions that I've added to the 4 meta questions, and they're in yellow. So of course, where are you now? Where do you want to be? If nothing changes, what will that cost you? So that, again, helps them get that buy-in, like this is important. If nothing changes, what will that cost you? If you want to make it positive, you could also say, when that changes, what will change for you? So when that changes, what will change for you? And so you can make it positive, you can make it the other. It just kind of depends what the situation, what the energy is during coaching. And then what's been stopping you? What do you know to be true about? And this is where we solicit their expertise. And so if we were doing coaching on their performance in the classroom, a lesson that they recorded, and they're struggling with, I don't know, transitions or classroom management or whatever, or motivating a student, then this is where I would ask, what do you know to be true about motivating students? What do you know to be true about teaching vocabulary, or what principles or what theories? And then that allows them to put the information on the table so we can begin to wrestle. So it allows them, we solicit the information from them. So what are you going to do about it? And one of the very important questions is, yes, people have to want to be coached, so you can't change people. And so if you haven't realized that by now, please do. And it's a lot of wasted energy. So instead, use that energy to reframe how you see the situation, or how you deal with the energy that that person's bringing, but you can't change people. We can inspire them, we can encourage them, we can support them. If they want to be coached, then absolutely we can support them. But one of the biggest things is that when you want someone, or when someone wants to be successful, the most benevolent thing that we could do, the most powerful thing that we could do, is either ourselves or with them remove barriers to success. And so that is like the key to being successful in anything, is being able to partner with someone, being aware of what your barriers are, and having support in removing them. So if I want to go run in the morning at 5 a.m., the more barriers I remove to success, the more successful I'm going to be. Going to bed early, having my shoes out, maybe having my phone charged with my favorite music, all of those things, any barriers that could come in place, a backup plan if it's raining, I go to the gym or I run on my treadmill, whatever it may be. The more barriers to success that I've removed, the more successful I can be. So it's important to ask people, not just set your goal, go forth, win, get this challenge, but what barriers do you need to take into account? And what do you need to do about those? When you succeed at this, what else is going to improve? So when you succeed at teaching this math lesson, when you succeed at this fitness goal, when you succeed at this relationship goal, when you succeed at being assertive in a meeting, what else is going to change? And so then they're able to apply that to other contexts. Well, actually, that'll have personal benefits. It'll have professional benefits. It'll help me when I step into this new role, and just expanding what's possible. And then the last one is, how can I support you, or what resources do you need? So how can I support you? And some people like accountability. When I work with some coaching clients, I have a system that I use online where they can get text messages and report back, I was assertive in a meeting, or I, went and ate as I was supposed to today, or whatever. And so we just collect data. Some prefer that and some don't need that. So what do you need in terms of support from me? And if we have an opportunity, we'll practice those as well. So here, again, talking about the internal landscape. So when you're a coach, you are the instrument. So you're the instrument. So just like a musical instrument, just like a vehicle, whatever it is, when you are the coach, your experiences, your knowledge, your personality, your way of being, your energy, everything about you is embodied into this instrument that is going to deliver coaching, and the goal of coaching is to help develop people. So obviously, the more refined and sharpened the instrument is, then the more effective you're going to be. And John Dewey said, the hardest thing to attend to is that which is closest to ourselves, that which is the most constant and familiar, and the closest thing, something is ourselves, our own habits and our ways of being and ways of doing things. So it's very difficult to sometimes see ourselves, and we have to make a very concerted effort to be able to see ourselves. And there is a way to understand who you are and how the world sees you, and we'll talk about that as well. So this is a concept that I think would be important. I might not have time to address the other components today, just because we had a little bit of a change in our schedule. But this one I do want you to go away with. I think it's going to be very important. And this is an instrument that I use. It's called Energy Leadership Index Assessment. So when I use it with, no matter who it is, principals or teachers or whomever, they really like this instrument because it gives us a very clear way of looking at how we are being in the world. And it describes, so there's questions and then they get their results, and it gives them a stress and then a regular day functioning. But what I want you to take away is the levels and how to talk through them. So as you're eating, I'm going to ask you to think about a situation that happened recently in your life, personally or professionally. A situation that happened where you felt like either one of two things or a mixture of two things. You felt one, like, great, here I go again. Why can't I catch a break? Why does this always happen to me? If others just did what they were supposed to do, I would not be in this situation. So if you ever felt like that recently, bring that thought to mind. The other could be feeling like if I don't get upset, if I don't drive this, then nobody else is going to. If I don't take responsibility, nobody around me cares enough to do this. And so it's got to be me, and I've got to figure this out, and I've got to drive this through. So either of those two energies. So raise your hand when you have the situation in your mind, personal or professional. It could be somebody not doing chores at home. It could be, I mean, just anything, anything. All right, so some of you have it? Okay, good. All right, so we're going to go through the 7 levels. So when we're coaching, it's nice to help a person coach the problem, but it's even better if you could help them coach the energy behind the problem, because the problems are always going to be there and it may even return, but if they could have a shift in energy, then they can deal with this problem and other problems that are going to come. So this is the way energy presents itself. So energy is 100%, and it's like one of those old-fashioned ice trays where you fill it up with water and you could tilt it and then tilt it the other way. And if you don't have the same amount of water, then some cubes are smaller than others. So I like to think of energy in that way. We're just shifting it throughout the day. And you get to choose where the energy goes. And so not a lot of people know this. So most of the people do not know this. They do not know that they can shift where the energy is, and they just accept whatever energy is coming in by the people around them or their circumstances. So very, very powerful just to even realize, like, I can shift. So level 1 energy is victim. No matter what I do, no matter what, I can never catch a break. This always happens to me. I can't change my circumstances. I've tried to work on this before and I failed. What makes me think I'm going to do that now? And so that's level 1 energy, victim energy. I never win is the core thought in terms of winning. And what it leads to is apathy, so stopping caring, and lethargy, so not having energy to do anything about it anymore. Very disempowering level to be, and we don't want people to ever be at this level, or at least not for too long. A step up from that, it's actually better to get them angry or upset. That's actually better than being a victim. And at that level, it's, in order for me to win, you have to lose. So this is a person who believes it's a dog-eat-dog world. If you don't look out for yourself, nobody else will. People are not inherently good. People are inherently going to disappoint you. People will take the path of least resistance. I've got to look out for myself or nobody else will. And so what leads to that is anger and then defiance. And so anger is also, you might say, I'm not an angry person. Like, I don't yell at people. I don't hit people. Well, if you're irritated, annoyed, or frustrated on a regular basis, you're on that continuum that I talked about earlier. So we all have those continuums. And I was told, this is an instrument that one of my coaching schools that I went to, because I've gone to a couple, Dr. Bruce Snyder designed this. and said that most of the population is walking around with a lot of 1 and 2 on a regular day. And to me, that is shocking. But when I see profiles of people that I'm going to coach and I see this come in, with a lot of 1 and 2, it's just like, wow, I can't imagine walking around every day. We all have it under stress, but some people have it all day long, every day. So level 3 is being able to shift up to take responsibility. So yes, this happened, this sucked, but what did I do that contributed to it? So could I have communicated in a better way? Could I have done something differently to prevent this? What could I have done? So I'm willing to look at where I failed, and because I'm going to forgive myself for failing, it's going to be easier for me to forgive other people. And so I'm willing to cooperate. In terms of winning, it's okay for you to win, but I have to win too. So I often think about faculty members when they're publishing papers. It's okay for you to be first author on this one, but I got to take care of my interest, and I got to be first author on the next one. So again, protecting that interest, getting to a better state. If the world were all at level 3, it would be a pretty good world to be in. And then we have level 4. Level 4 is probably, a lot of that energy is probably in this room, teachers and nurses, and that's the level of responsibility and concern for others. It's the level of you win. Like, I have nothing to prove anymore. It's not about me. I want the students to do well. I want you to do well. I'm your mentor. I have nothing to prove. I want you to shine, to look good. And so it's a lot of caregiving. I call it the Mother Teresa level. A beautiful level, but again, on the flip side, burnout can happen if you're constantly giving and not conscious of that and not replenishing and having resilience. And then the 5th level is a really fun level. It's the level of we both win or we don't play. Imagine how powerful to have a leader say we both win or we don't play. So this has got to be great for the students. It's got to be great for the teachers. It's got to be great for administrators, or we don't do it. Like, pretty powerful. So there's a risk-taking element to this. There's a lot of peace and confidence that comes with this. We both win or we don't play. Imagine when there's a conflict, if you could bring your energy up to that level, instead of feeling like 1 or 2, like saying, wait a minute, let's just stop. Let's see, how can we take responsibility for what happened here and put that on the table? Who do we need to take care of here in this situation? Put that on the table, and let's even go to level 5 now. How do we make this setback, this failure, whatever, how do we make it something that's going to work and strengthen the entire organization, or strengthen or improve everyone? And so taking it to a level 5. So pretty powerful. And then the next level is synthesis, another powerful level to have as a leader, as an influencer. And that's the ability to see the big picture. So I don't just see what's at hand right here, but I'm looking 5 years in advance, 10 years in advance. I'm looking at the ripple effects of my decision. So I don't have this myopic view of I'm just taking care of this. I'm really stepping out and seeing the big picture. And this is something that's also very, very powerful to do in terms of your personal, professional life. And then the last one is a level of passion and non-judgment. And I think we get to experience moments of this, but we don't live in it. So at level 7, there's no such thing as winning or losing. At level 6, it's everybody wins. We always win. Level 7 is there's no such thing. That's a man-made construct. Winning, losing doesn't exist. And there's absolute passion and creation. And for that level, I think about musicians who are in a state of flow, creating music, or an athlete who's in the zone and just is not even aware that they're competing, but they're executing beautifully on their sport. A writer who gets lost and time just passes and they're creating, or even someone in prayer, where they lose a sense of time and who they are in that moment. So we have moments of that level 7. So these are the 7 levels, and there are ways to coach yourself through them. So bring back that memory of that challenge that you recently had, and think about level 1. Think about the words that came out from your mouth or your thoughts where you felt like a victim. Did you say, here we go again, why can't I catch a break, why me? All of those things, I can't change this. Okay, now shift that to level 2. What would it look like to have gotten a little sooner, maybe angry, gone up to that conflict level of like, okay, this is enough. Like, I'm fed up with it. I've got to do something about it. I'm not going to keep letting this situation happen to me. It's not just, it's not fair. So picture yourself moving to that energy. Now go to level 3. Where could you take responsibility? If you're honest with yourself, what did you contribute to the situation that caused this to happen? If you're really honest with yourself, where could you have said something differently, done something differently? What could you have had in place that would have allowed this to not happen in the first place? Now let's go to level 4. Put your feelings aside for a moment, and who do you need to take care of in that situation? So this situation happened. If you were to just forget about yourself and just be at complete service of others, who would you go support, or what would you do, or who would you say it to, or what would you do for another person? And I know I'm asking you to think really fast. Like if I had time, I'd let you really think this through. But okay, I'm pushing you to level 5 now. What does it look like to create a win-win? And even if you don't know the answer, just think about the energy of what it would feel like to have gotten this news or this experience, and then instead of being at level 1 or 2, that you just thought, that's okay. It's a setback, but you know what? It's going to make me stronger. It's going to make me better. It's going to help others be better, stronger. It's going to help the organization. We're going to be fine. So instead of wasting a lot of energy, like if you're in a room full of people and we're learning that TEA promulgated some other policy, instead of using a lot of energy to complain about that, if you just said, okay, it is what it is, how can we take that to make us stronger and better for the future? So instead of investing a lot of energy in that, let's shift it and investing it to making us better, because that's not, your energy complaining about is not going to do anything, right? So choosing how you're going to use it. Level 6, how could you see the bigger picture in whatever it is that's in your mind? So how does it impact your family? How does it impact something years from now? How does it impact the organization? What's the big picture here? And so that is one way that you would be able to shift your levels. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on that. Did anything surface for you as you were thinking? And you don't have to give details about your situation, but just being challenged to move up a level each time. Anything emerge for anyone? Yes.
Well, I think just the idea of being able to move up a level instead of being stuck at whether it's conflict or apathy, just the thought of, okay, I can move it from here. I know when we're going through situations, we do tend to, resolve it within ourselves, but to think about it as a core emotion or that feeling that you're able to move with, reflective thought, that was just enlightening for me. I had never even thought about that before, so.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
This is where I think other people are so important, because we can be stuck in number 1 when we are just by ourselves and we are self-contained.
Yes.
Sorry.
No, yes.
Just had a really big thing happen to me personally. And it was actually my students who coached me to see that, I guess number 6, that since I had brought joy to them, that they had said that the circumstance that I had gone through, that just by sharing my feelings with them, they actually coached me through some difficult times.
Absolutely. That's beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. Absolutely. Very powerful, because sometimes we can't do this ourselves, and it does take, we grow in relation to others. Beautiful. Thank you. Any other thoughts? So how many of you will at least take a piece of this information and then just acknowledge that you have agency and you can shift and be able to practice that? And when you can do it for yourself, then you can help others be able to do it as well. But we can't give what we don't have. And so you've got to do it first for yourself. Now, I'm not saying that you have to, it's not the whole misconstrued positive psychology thing where we have to always be optimistic and happy and joyful and full of energy. That's not what this is about. Sometimes we might relish, and I usually put expiration time. So I can remember a very email I got in my office one day that was just devastating, and I just closed my door and I just said, okay, this warrants crying over, and I did. And then I looked at the clock and I said, at 3 o'clock, I forgot what time it was at that time, but it was 1:30, 2 o'clock or something. By 3 o'clock, I'm moving out, I'm shifting out of level 1 energy. And I was able to, and then I couldn't get much beyond that evening. So I said, I'm going to bed early, and I'm going to wake up tomorrow, and then I'm going to choose to go to level 5. And so you've got to have that self-awareness. So if it's somebody helping me get out of that energy, I have coaching friends that I could just say, hey, I'm stuck in level 2, help me. And so that's very helpful. But if someone can't help you and you can't help yourself, sometimes you feel it through, or you give it an expiration and allow yourself to feel the feelings through, because we can't be intimidated by the feelings because we're human. We need to embrace that, and it allows us to understand people more. So it's actually one of the reasons I went into powerlifting, because sometimes I coach people who are athletes, and I realize like I don't have anything that puts me in that situation to understand their mindset, and I don't have anything that I'm afraid of on a regular basis. Like right now I'm going through a cycle where it's close to my 1 rep max and actually going over. So I'm kind of scared, like thinking about the deadlifts, the squats, and all of this that's coming up and that I've done. And so this allows me that opportunity to be afraid of something. So I've actually put myself in a situation just so that I can experience what my clients experience and be able to connect with them. And so so we can't be afraid of emotions. We want to. Whenever you're experiencing, invite them and thank the emotion, even if it stinks and doesn't feel good, but it's going to help you be better for somebody else. And so those emotions that don't feel well, please embrace them anyway. But know that you can set expiration dates. Know that you can shift them as well. So, yes.
I have a question, and maybe I wasn't paying attention.
Mm-hmm.
Where is this energy? I know you said we'd get the PowerPoint, but
Right.
where is this from, this Energy Leadership Index?
Oh, okay. It's an instrument that Dr. Bruce Snyder developed at one of the coaching schools where I was first trained.
Okay.
And so when I work with clients, I usually have some sort of assessment that we do. I have emotional intelligence, resiliency, and this is energy leadership, and this is one that most people love because it's so easy to understand.
Mm-hmm.
It really is nice. I've done this with principals as well. We've done it like at a campus level where they've done like a little mini 360 to see where does the principal's energy lie as she or he rates themselves, and then what does everybody else say, and what's the difference there, and then to be able to coach that. So it's an instrument. If you're interested, you can contact me, and you can take the assessment, and I could do a debrief with you. And then you can develop a plan. And it doesn't change very much. And so some people will say, like, will it change? I've done hundreds and hundreds of these, and I coach around these, and I work with these. My primary is still a 3 and then a 6, so that responsibility, and then 6 for that synthesis. And I've been working really hard to get more 5 in my life, because I thought 5 would really help. If I could see win-win, if I could be more of a risk taker, if I could have a little bit more 5, and I've been working on that consciously, and they've gone up a little bit. Like my 3's gone down some, my 5 has gone up some, my 6 has gone up some, but it hasn't been anything drastically crazy, which helps me have confidence in the instrument. Because if I had seen a big, huge change, and I coach on these, and I know the questions and all, but it really captured the work I was doing, and so I thought that was really powerful. But even without taking the instrument, just you can gauge where your energy is with a table of like, where am I now? And where do I want to be and how? Or I'm working with someone, where are they? Okay, they're at level 2. What do I need to do to meet them where they are? You know, and is there anything I can say or do that might help them get to 3 so we can open up a conversation? And can I, with that conversation, maybe push for a 5 so that we could have a win-win in this situation? So very powerful instrument. So, yes.
I think what's so great about this too is in that relationship building, like you were just talking about, because thinking about just with coaching, but also just building relationships, like you just said with your principal, and because I was even thinking about my husband and I with this, and I love that you said that about the expiration time and the expiration date. It's even when we talk about when we have a bad lesson or something doesn't go like we want. I'm an overthinker, and I dwell on things, and I have sometimes that negative self-talk. And I think with this, I like what you said about give yourself the time to do that, because that's important, but then
Right.
set a deadline for it and move on.
Right,
So,
right, yes. And
I
it
see
comes
that.
back to that agency, which is powerful, absolutely. Let's see okay, we won't have time to cover any of this, so let's, empathy. Maybe they'll have me back for more or something.
Yes, we do. You actually have 8 minutes, Brandon.
Okay, 8 minutes. Okay, so let's cover empathy then, because I think that's going to be important as well. So this is, again, empathy, one of the areas of challenge for many individuals. And as I'm coaching, I use another instrument called emotional intelligence, the EQI 2.0. And you would be surprised at how much people struggle with empathy, and it's becoming a greater issue with our just use of technology and media. And so some of you are in the schools, and you can see that students have trouble communicating, having lunch together, looking at each other in the eyes. And that's also being replicated with our young adults and current generation. And so it's something that needs to be taught. And so empathy is being able to know another's thoughts and feelings, or to at least begin to understand. And the way I like to describe it is sitting in the mud with someone. So to you, it might not be a big deal. And I always describe this like to undergraduates, like if someone breaks up with their boyfriend or girlfriend and you know they're going to have a new one within a couple of weeks, but they're absolutely devastated about it, instead of having judgment and say, we didn't really like her to begin with, or you're going to have another one in a couple of weeks, instead of doing that, like visually thinking of yourself, like, I'm going to just go sit in the mud with them and just put my feet in the puddle, and then just ask them, like, yeah, that must really suck, and I could see that you're really challenged by this, or that this really hurt you, and how can I support you during this time, and what does it feel like, you know, what are you feeling right now, and what would you like to be feeling? And so just being totally with them, without your judgment of all of those other things, and that's what empathy comes down to. Like, can I do that for other people? And so that's being able to imagine their thoughts, adopting their posture, actually trying to feel. So even if you don't go as far as trying to feel the feelings, at least being there and trying to understand it from their perspective is a way to have empathy. Imagining how another would feel, or connecting it to an experience you might have had. So this might not be so devastating for you, but there was something similar that might have been. Being able to see the distress in another suffering, feeling another suffering, so that's compassion, or projecting oneself into another situation. So imagining if I were going through this, you know, what would I experience? And so these are ways that you can increase your empathy. And this is also, as you practice becoming more empathetic or having more empathy, be careful not to become an empath where you take on the feelings of others. And so that's always a danger as well. And so you have to learn how to disconnect. And this is something I had to learn through coaching as well, because I would just care about my clients so much. And they could do no quote unquote wrong, you know, because I was there, their cheerleader, their support and things like that, that it was hard to sometimes not bring on their stuff and keep it for myself. And so I had to learn to just disconnect. And so my visual was like, there's like this little golden thread that connects us in the moment when we're coaching. And then when we're finished, I need to wrap that little thread up and I put it in a box, and that's where it stays, because I can't take on their emotions, because then I can't be productive for myself and for others. And so that's something to be considerate of as well, as you practice being more. It does get to the point where I can't watch news, for example. And so that's something that you'll have to be aware of. As you do more coaching and connect with people and develop your empathy, then it's going to be harder to hear and see things. And so I have to limit like how much consumption of news, because if not, I carry a lot of that with me, and I began to go down that empath way of experiencing what that family or that individual might have gone through, and it gets really troublesome. So that's, you know, the flip side of yes, it's beautiful to have the empathy, but yes, you also have to have the way to manage that as well. So being very considerate of that. So how can you practice this? Asking them to tell me what it feels like. So they failed they perceive that they failed delivering a lesson or whatever might be going on. Well, what did it feel like when that happened? Or what did it feel like when you saw that the students were disengaged or whatever? Allowing them to bring you along. Don't make assumptions about how things feel, because it feels different for people in a different way. So don't make assumptions, just ask them. And like it was mentioned earlier, acknowledge and validate. I can see how that would be so difficult. And what I'm hearing you say is this. And so that acknowledgement and validating their emotions, anybody in your circumstances would probably be struggling with that. You know, again, it just allows the person to feel safer. Like, okay, yeah, this is true. It's anybody would find this challenging. And then see your life as a continuum. Just like I mentioned, so whenever you have judgment about anything that you're seeing in anyone, if you're calling them lazy, if you're calling them irresponsible, if you're calling them risk takers, whatever, guess what? You're on the continuum as well. You might be way down here, but in some way or in some point in your life you were, or in some point, so should circumstances change, you might be there. So that allows you to not have that judgment, really have that empathy for the other person. And so not to say I would never do something like that, because you don't know. You know, circumstances being different, you don't know what you might do. And so having that empathy, it really is important. And then also walking in your client's shoes, but again, do not wear them because that's not helpful. And then building resiliency, increasing your energy, building your empathetic capacity through deliberate self-care is going to be important. And so in order to have empathy, you've got to take care of yourself. I bet you anything, when you're stressed, you're not at your best. And when you're overwhelmed, you're not at your best. And so you can't give what you don't have. And during those periods of time, how could you have empathy for someone else when you're just trying to keep your head above water? It's impossible. And so in order to be able to give, to be that instrument, you've got to take care of yourself. And sometimes I joke about this with people because they'll ask, like, how do you have time to do X, Y, Z? You have 5 kids, you have a full-time job at the university, you're building a coaching practice, like how, and then you're powerlifting, like, how do you do this? It's like, well, I take naps. Like, I come home from the university. If I'm coaching someone in the evening, I'll take a power nap, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, my family knows. As soon as I walk in the door, I drop everything straight to nap. Or even if I can't sleep, which usually I do, I'll just at least lie down. Because I don't want to give my family my worst after I've given, you know, my best for the first part of the day. And then if I have a client, I don't want to give them my worst either. And so eating, like no sugar, you know, not a lot of sugar, things like that, because then I'm not as good of a parent. I'm not as good as a teacher. I'm not as good of a client. Because for me, lots of sugar, caffeine also sets me off in a different way, but lots of sugar kind of sets me on a blue mood. I've noticed in March, we have lots of birthdays, and so there's lots of birthday cake. And then my moods in March are just like, oh my gosh, they're very different from the rest of the year. And I made the connection, oh, sugar, yeah. So I can't be my best and hopeful and optimistic and hold possibility for clients and students and others if I'm eating too much sugar. And then the exercise part for me is very critical, because that's where I release, you know, whatever is not good in my life, and what strengthens me. And I leave the gym after a good session. It's like, okay, there's nothing in the world I can't do today because I've conquered this. And that's actually one of the benefits of exercise, is where you could see the immediate difference of I do this and there's an outcome, you know, and there's growth and things like that. And so that sense of control really helps. So that self-care piece, if you are going to be an effective coach, you have to do it. So you have to be a little bit of a diva. I don't know what the equivalent would be for a male, but you have to take care of the things that you need to take care of in order to be that refined and sharpened instrument of meaningful contribution that helps develop others. Because in the end, what creates happiness is relationships with others. It's chasing a goal and helping other people become better. So if you're doing those 3 things in life, you have a very rich and wealthy life. And you have the keys for success and for happiness. And the keys to be a very powerful coach and developer of other people. So thank you for sharing your time with me and your energy and your life. And I hope that you were inspired to at least one change, and that would make me happy. So
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Miranda. I'm going to sort of transition up here while I'm talking, because we have a little something for you, Miranda. So I'm going to go grab it. But let's see if I can get it without killing myself on this stage. Yes. There you go.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you
All
again,
right.
Miranda.
Thank you.
I heard Miranda speak a long, long time ago, and part of the reason that we asked her to come here is because we felt it was important she helps develop a more well-rounded coach. She helps us be able to recognize our true selves and be honest with ourselves as well, which in turn allows us to be better coaches for each other, for our students, and just be better people overall. So we thank you so much. It surpassed our expectations. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so to our final component, yay! Final component of the of our event, we have with us a select group of individuals who I'm very, very proud to have with us. So I'm going to go ahead and place their cards here so that they'll know when to come up and sit. So panel members, if you go ahead and come on up here. And I'm going to sit you in alphabetical order, actually. So I'll introduce each one of them with a short bio. Sorry, dear, there's only one way up the stage. Sorry about that. So as we're coming up, just a little brief description or just a little bit about them overall. This group of individuals have all served in the capacity of a coach, mentor, professor, teacher, administrator, colleague, and friend. In fact, most of them have probably been all of the above, and some of them simultaneously, and continue to be so. So we're very lucky to have them with us here today to share their thoughts, reflections, and insight. So I'm going to go ahead and begin by introducing each panel member, again, in alphabetical order. So we have Ms. Etna Alanis. Ms. Etna has been in education for over 23 years. During that time, she has served in various positions, including classroom teacher, curriculum leader, and master teacher. In her tenure, Ms. Alanis earned the coveted recognition of Teacher of the Year. She has also served as a mentor and cooperating teacher of TAMU's Educator Preparation Program. In that role, Ms. Alanis mentored countless of inspiring teachers, sharing not only her expertise, but her love for teaching and compassion for her students. Etna considers herself an agent of social change and continues to promote social equity for all her students through her current position as a reading interventionist at Corpus Christi ISD. But best of all, she is a proud Allender alumni. Welcome, Etna. Next, we have Dr. Salvador. I struggle more with saying a Spanish name in English than the other way around, so I'm just going to say Salvador. It's easier for me. Alvarado is currently the principal at the Flower Bluff ISD Intermediate Campus. The Texas A&M University Educator Preparation Program partnered with Flower Bluff in 2009, and Dr. Alvarado was integral to that initial partnership formation. He continues to be one of our greatest allies in teaching and learning and shares our vision to grow and prepare day one ready teachers. He feels truly blessed to be in a position to work with students, their families, and the community as a whole on a daily basis, sharing a common goal, and that is the goal of success for all students. Welcome, Dr. Alvarado. Mr. Gilbert Gandu has been an educator for the past 40 years. He began a 37-year career in Corpus Christi ISD as a social studies teacher in 1979. Mr. Gandu subsequently served 10 years as principal at the elementary and middle school levels and also served as Director of Leadership and Professional Development with an emphasis on district-wide leadership coaching, new teacher mentoring, and pre-K-12 instructional coaching. He also served for 5 years as a school leadership director, supervising 12 principals, known fondly as the Dirty Dozen. For the past 3 years, he has served 7 school districts in Region 2 in the role of school improvement professional service provider. Mr. Gandu is now enjoying his work as a field supervisor with his first clinical teacher at Texas A&M CC. Welcome, Mr. Gilbert. Dr. Bernadine Cervantes served in the Corpus Christi ISD district for 33 years before retiring in August of 2015. During her career with CCISD, she gained valuable leadership experiences serving as the Assistant Superintendent for School Leadership and in various teaching capacities. She is also a former middle school and elementary high school principal at different times. Dr. Cervantes currently serves as a field supervisor for clinical teachers and teaches graduate courses at Texas A&M University, which enable her to do what she loves most: teaching and coaching future leaders in education and paying it forward in honor of those who mentored and coached her. Welcome, Dr. Cervantes. Ms. Kelly Loving has been in education for over 30 years, where she has spent the majority of that time working in high-need schools. Her most recent experience included 6 years at Oak Park Elementary, where she served as campus principal during a challenging turnaround and reconstitution. During this time, she hired over 60 new teachers and hosted teacher candidates from TAMU-CC each semester. Along with Dr. Robin Johnson, they organized a staff development plan based on the observed needs of clinical teachers and new teachers to survive and thrive during the first year of teaching. She's a leader through and through, and we were recently fortunate enough to have her as the new Early Childhood Development Center campus principal, which is located right here at our very own campus at TAMU-CC. Welcome. And Dr. Kimberly Reinhardt is an assistant professor at Texas A&M University, CC. During her time as a secondary English teacher, she was trained as an instructional coach by West Ed. Dr. Reinhardt was recently awarded the Digital Innovator of Teacher Award. Her courses are embedded in partner schools, and she focuses on pedagogy that integrates technology, accessibility for English learners, and universal design for learning. Her research focuses school-university partnerships, mentoring, coaching, and designing instruction for all learners. Welcome, Dr. Reinhardt. All right. I think I'm going to go ahead and sit down with them. So the first question goes out to Ms. Etna Alanis. Ms. Etna, we know that good coaches listen well, are impartial, supportive, yet probe-oriented, challenging, and encourage one to look to future strategies and remain solution-focused. How do you use your own coaching voice to coach clinical teachers?
Okay, well, first of all, as a cooperating teacher, I always coached them before and after a lesson. That was like always. The 30 minutes, we did it for hours, really. And what I do is I always, to prepare them before a lesson, I ask them, you know, what do they want to, their end lesson to, what do they want to get from their students, you know, like what is the end result? And then I just make sure to just give them a little bit of advice. I never tell them what to do. I want them to grow and glow. That's what I tell them. I want you to grow and glow. I don't want you to be me. I want you to be you, but better. And also after the lessons, I don't tell them what went wrong, or I just kind of mention, maybe for example, after the students finished their assignment, I noticed that some of the kids were getting a little bit out of hand or annoying other students. And then I just tell them, what would you do next time to maybe prevent that from happening, or would you have a plan to, you know, have those students do something that, you know, would use their time more wisely. I'm just so nervous, I don't know why.
You're doing great. Edna's one of the best teachers I've ever known. I've known a lot of teachers, and you guys can attest to it. She's actually a former teacher of, I think, 3 out of 4, or all of them. All my children.
I raised your kids.
She raised my kids. She co-raised my kids. She is phenomenal. She's top notch.
I wanted to say something. Dr. Ricard isn't here, but I have a story about him. So it was my first year of teaching, my very first year of teaching. And before that day, I was going to teach kinder. And that Monday, Mr. Cadena said, you're going to teach first. So I was ready. I didn't care. You know, I was cool about it. I was ready for change. And my students were coming in, and here comes Dr. Ricard, and I didn't know who he was. And so he walks in and he goes, so this is your first year teaching? And I said, yes. I was so excited. Man, he busted my bubble too. He goes, so what's your curriculum like for the rest of the year? And I was thinking, well, I was going to teach kinders, but now I'm going to teach first. But, you know, every day that he would come in to drop off his son, I wanted to impress him, and he made me a better teacher. And I think he really liked me because the next year I had his other son. And he would always question me, like, what are you doing to challenge Alex? And I was like, well, I'm trying to keep him seated. That's a challenge. So, but I think he did make me a better teacher, period.
Thank you. Thank you, Edna. So the next question is for Dr. Kimberly Reinhardt and Dr. Sal Alvarado. So either one of you can go first and to tackle the question. And also, I'd like to encourage the panel, if you do have some follow-up or would like to add to anyone's responses, please feel free. So the question is, the coaching model is used to help develop and improve the clinical teacher's ability to synthesize each lesson preparation as well as their own pedagogical practices as they progress through the preparation program. Can you talk about some of the evidence you've seen regarding this sort of progression?
I'll go ahead. So I definitely have evidence. I've had the opportunity now to be working in this program for 5 years and working with and growing as a coach for our teacher candidates. One of the things that helps me when I think about their growth is sort of what Dr. Johnson had said earlier, looking very closely at the goals that my students set and then kind of being able to measure from one lesson to the next whether or not they were able to achieve those goals. So I'd say that that's probably the best way that I'm able to understand and sort of assess my students. But it's also really valuable for them because usually by the time they get to the end of, this semester and they look back upon those goals and they prepare themselves to make that, last one I told you is the clinical teaching goal that they're going to set for themselves, they can see a complexity in their own choices in terms of what they wanted to focus on throughout the semester. And so it builds upon the things that we talk about, but also on their own personal growth. And I think that that's, again, probably one of the strongest pieces of the model for our students in terms of helping them move forward.
If I can just piggyback a little bit, just coming from the campus standpoint is when you see the students and you go into the classrooms and they invite you in there, I always equivalate things, not to reinvent the wheel, but like Vince Lombardi, one of the greatest coaches of all time, says most people possess the will to win, but very few possess the will to prepare to win. And so what happens with the coaching model that I see is when I talk with the students about the details of the lesson plans, about the conversations that they're having with their university professors, their cooperating teachers, everything that goes into that behind the scenes. We talked earlier about a concert, right? I think Dr. Wachowski was talking about that, is the music, the sense. They just don't get up on the stage and say, let's go ahead and just try something. All the stuff behind the scenes. So when I see point A and all the work, when I'm talking to some of our field-based students and they're talking about the passion, everything that they're doing before they even attempt to get in front of that, the students, because you want to do your best at all times, like Ms. Elise was talking about, but you get a chance to have a first impression, and you want to make that your very best. And that's what I see personally from my viewpoint is all the work and detail that goes behind the scenes with all the students that are at this university before they even step foot to give that first lesson. And that's what really kind of impresses me, just the way you're prepared and what you're doing now. So when you get up there on the stage and you're out there for doing the best for your students, that confidence level is up because you've been doing that, rehearsing, whatever you've been doing to get there beforehand, all that blood, sweat, and tears, if you will. That is one of the big aspects that I see that really makes this program, I feel, one of the many reasons why it's so successful.
Thank you. The next question goes out to Mr. Gandu. So, Mr. Gandu, the American Association for Colleges of Teacher Education defines the lexicon of practice to include those associated with the professional development of aspiring teachers, for example, mentors, supervisors, campus faculty, administrators, etc. Would you say that the coaching model has been useful not only in developing the clinical teacher, but also on the lexicon of practice?
I was hoping to piggyback on someone else's answer, but I'll go ahead and share my answer with you. The short answer is yes. I think the coaching model is extremely important in our work with our clinical teachers. In terms of the lexicon of practice, it's extremely important because before you can define expectations, responsibilities, roles, outcomes, you have to have the terminology. Mm-hmm. And so coaching as a model now allows us to actually train folks on what a coach is, on what the responsibilities of a coach may be, of what the role of the coach is. And we had a great trainer this afternoon go through different parts of what makes a good coach. Now we can begin to do that. You know, it's easy to say, okay, we know that coaching is important in our practice, especially with our CTs, but it's a whole different thing to actually have had the knowledge and the skills to go with being a great coach. And so now that it's part of the lexicon, now that we can talk about coaching and how important that is to the CT, we can get important training. We can get critical training to go out and do those things that we need to do with our CTs. And I guess that back table has quite a few CTs. And I don't know if you're going to get a bonus points for being here today, or if you're here because that's your
They're
passion.
my students,
They're your
actually.
students.
And they are freshmen. They are educator.
Wow.
They're education major freshmen.
Well, yes, absolutely. I'm very impressed with you being here this afternoon and listening to what we have to say, and keep doing that. You know, this experience can be more than just a classroom experience, and should be more than just a classroom experience. You taking the time out to be here out of the classroom, to be with us and to learn from us is critically important. So continue to do that, and your education will be much better than just going to classes. And I can tell you that because I rarely even went to class, and you don't want to end up like me. And
Don't listen.
But anyway, I digress a bit, but thank you for being here. Thank you.
I was
Thank
hoping
you.
to just follow up
Go
a little
ahead.
bit on the lexicon. One of the things that I find really important, and I emphasize with my students when I'm coaching with them, is that the language that we're using. So again, the lexicon, the things that we talk about in our coaching sessions, I always ask them to try to model the conversations and imagine that they're having conversations with principals. I always express to them, when you're using these words, they mean things. It's really important to be able to talk about the needs of all learners and be able to attach that to a strategy and be able to then follow up when you're talking to somebody and say, and I know it worked because of these things. And that's really what I do a lot with my students in coaching, because I want them to continue to practice with me, so that when they go out and they meet Miss Loving and they meet Dr. Alvarado and they're ready to get that job, they have it down. They're really, really, really ready to talk about their practice, and they sound amazing. And they can back up what they're doing with this professional language and evidence of what they've done while they were in their field placements.
I was going to say that, too.
Thank you, Gilbert, and thank you, Kimberly, for that. The next question actually goes out to both Dr. Cervantes and Ms. Loving. The reciprocity of learning seems to be a clear and present part of the EPP and the coaching model. Has the coaching model been useful in contributing to your own professional development and growth? If so, how?
You know, I'm looking at one of my coaches right here, because she was the one that coached me up into the position I took. Well, she moved me to. Let me just say that. So I have the future. The future. There we go. I knew. But I'm sorry. In looking at the coaching and looking at, I guess, the development of a coach, I went as assistant principal. I had a sign on the back of a cabinet, and that sign said "Shut up." And that was in thinking about dealing with parents as they come in your door, that you need to listen to them because they want to be heard. And I think that's the same thing when you're coaching people, coaching new teachers. Be quiet. As those questions you came up with were awesome, and I'm like, that's what I needed today. I needed to hear that, because that's going to allow me to coach teachers better and to listen to them and draw it out of them. I'm not giving them the answers. I need to draw it out of them and make them think and dig deeper to get those answers to help the instruction.
I think with Kelly, Ms. Levin, Dr. Levin, we are
just Kelly,
just
no
Kelly,
doctor.
no doctor. When you see a person that has so much to offer, and you want
our children to have the best, she's one of them. I think we have the opportunity to coach people to bring out what they themselves didn't think they could do. It's scary, just like you're powerlifting. You put yourself in that situation. I was blessed that we have such great principals in our district that maybe didn't see quite the potential, and we were able to put them in an uncomfortable zone that they grew, and you've done outstanding work. What's so funny is that being retired and working now with the university as an adjunct, it's been an honor. But what it's most taught me as professional development is that in my course right now with Intro to the Principalship, I'm working with new people that want to be principals, teacher leaders. What that has taught me is that reflection is so powerful, and the model that we're using on coaching and reflection is something that will benefit them not only as professionals but personal, but more so now with the new assessment they're having to go through. The performance assessment for school leadership calls for a lot of reflection. They're going to have to be able to do tasks that cause them to reflect. What is your decision-making process? How can you problem solve and think through these things? So as we use this coaching model, or as we have our students reflect, my graduate students reflect all the time. There are 2 to 3 reflection questions within every class period, not even talking about the discussion boards we have too, because what we're hoping to do, and what I've learned, is to train them and get them comfortable so that they can be successful in their future goals. But let me tell you, today I learned so much. Like I said, I openly said something I really was deep down and never said it out loud, and I feel just totally like the chains have come off, and it's time for me to get after it. So everyone, look, everyone learns, and I thank you for this opportunity. You talk to me, Gilbert.
Thank you, Bernie and Kelly. So this last question actually goes out to the entire panel, so dive in, however you'd like to start. As with any form of true coaching and reflection, these things tend to take time. So can some of you or any of you describe what a typical coaching session seems like, feels like, looks like in your own words, and tell us a little bit about how you help prepare your students and candidates for these type of coaching sessions.
So I think we were really lucky today to have the opportunity to see Dr. Johnson coach. And I'm going to start with this, and then I'm going to tell you how I get to this point. But this is the coaching. So my teacher candidate shows up, and I'm not going to say every one of them, but let's just go with maybe 20% of them. And I say, hey, I'm so glad that you're here. Let's sit down. So do you have your coaching form? And they look at me. And they don't. They don't have it, but they hopefully have done it. Most of the time they've done it, and they're just in the middle of their day because they're coming to meet me out of the classroom that they want to stay in because they don't really want to come out at any point. So once we get settled in, we sit down, I mean, we can go ahead and get into the meat that you saw Dr. Johnson, and maybe missed that part of her video. But so that really is kind of how they start a lot of times, because the coaching is not something that our students kind of consider separate from what they're doing, but in order to spend that time with us, they actually have to walk out of that classroom, and they never want to do that. So they always want to be in there. But in terms of how I prepare my students, I really start with the goal setting for my students, and it's really important overall to learn how to set a goal. One of the models that I'm working with, and I've kind of gone through different models of goal setting, but the one that I'm working with my students this year is called the Pierce model, which is based on Jim Knight's work, and he is, of course, one of the people in instructional coaching, and really helping my students break down what it is they're trying to do. And of course, having that student-centered, having that evidence, those are all really important things for my students in terms of coming away from their coaching. And so once I get them in with their coaching model in front of them and able to look at that, we kind of really just start with their goals. And I ask them to reiterate what the goals were, what they did, sort of what you saw Robin talking about, what they did in terms of instruction, so that they could plan to meet those goals, and then what happened after they were done. So what happened with these goals? How did you actually
what turned out in your lesson. And one of the things that I try to do because of time is use our coaching model to really keep that conversation on task. So I don't, as much as I can, and I watched, Robin's full coaching sessions with her, it's really difficult when students start to kind of want to tell you everything. Because honestly, I have 18 students. Robin has 18 students this semester. You figure you're giving them anywhere between 30 minutes minimum, an hour maximum. It's a lot of time, a lot of individualized learning that you're doing with them. I never want to cut it short, but I do definitely use the framework to help keep that conversation moving forward. Otherwise, I don't know what my days would look like, because I wouldn't probably, we all want to talk about the things we're excited about, and that kind of could continue, and there's a lot of things to celebrate, but staying on task with that, with the actual with the protocol is probably one of the most important parts of keeping on time.
Thank you, Kimberly. Bernie?
One of the most powerful coaching sessions I can recall, and it will always stay with me because it's made me a better coach, was when we broke down the conversation and listening to my student that we came to a realization, or she did rather, that her GPA was what worried her more so than the teacher I am for these students. And that was a huge aha, because she was like, this is going to ruin my GPA. And to turn that mirror and really reflect and say, it's bigger than a GPA. We're responsible for students. But not telling her that, but questioning and talking and coaching them along to where they realize, snap, saying, I need to be a great teacher for these kids. I owe them that, instead of me and my grade and GPA. That was huge. So that has been a kind of teach piece, or just as I introduce myself with my new teachers, it's not, we're going to have to come to realization it's not the GPA. And then also the coaching model has given me the opportunity to promise and devote myself to those kids. And I say kids because those students are my kids. They've earned a lifetime coach. I just got a call last night, a student of mine who is worried about curriculum for her area because it's a district, they had totally done away with that curriculum and they're just now starting it in their district again. She's having to develop this. Well, her cry to me was, and I said, let's talk through it. Let's go through it. What are your goals? What are we looking at? And so that to me is the most valuable piece that we take away, not only as a university in this program, but as individuals and the relationships we make, because it's not just for a grade and it's not just for a semester. We're in it together because we were there and we're hoping to share and be part of their lives in the future. When it gets good or bad, I want to hear about it. So it's been a constant lesson about that and reinforcing that they're not alone, because we want them to stay in the profession that we know they're worthy of and they've earned the right to be.
So I'm new in this role. This is the first time that I'm coaching a CT, and I wanted to do quality work, and I'm kind of a slow learner, and so I have to go through a process deliberately in order to do a good job, I think. And so my first pre-conference, I've only had one, but my first pre-conference was 75 minutes long. And it was 75 minutes long not because I said anything. It was 75 minutes long because my CT had a lot to say. And the form that you've developed, I guess, the form that we use, the coaching and reflection form, is a tremendous form because the emphasis is coaching through reflection. All I had to do was make sure that my CT was being reflective on her lesson plan, on her goals for her lesson, and what she wanted to accomplish through that lesson. She did that, and she did that very well. And I think she walked away feeling confident and comfortable. Well, I came back the next week and I actually saw her teach in the classroom. So I've had a total of one post-conference coaching session in my career, and it was a 90-minute conversation. And again, it wasn't 90 minutes because of anything I had to say. It was 90 minutes because of what she reflected on her lesson, her teaching, what she was able to accomplish. We went back to that reflection sheet. We looked at her goals from the pre-conference. She explained to me what she thought she did well and what she thinks she needed to improve upon. And then of course, we have that evaluation form, and she had a progress report from her cooperating teacher, and I said, do you have any questions about this? And she took it from there, and yes, she did. And so we had conversations about that. We had conversations. She said, you know what, I've never had anybody ever go over every indicator of the evaluation form with me before. And I said, well, I did that because you wanted to, because you wanted to have that conversation, so we did. So, it took time. Coaching, in my experience, and of course, there's telecoaching, there's all kinds of technology coaching, and I'm sure that's wonderful. But I'm the face-to-face, old-school dinosaur here. And I think there's nothing more important than having a quality conversation with a professional, and that conversation has to be reflective in nature. And all that person needs is somebody to listen, because they're going to reflect and they're going to come up with what they need to do to improve. And this whole process is about improvement. And bless her heart, I don't think she was, I said, this is practice, number one. This isn't for a grade, it's for practice, so don't be concerned about the grade that you're going to get right now. Be concerned about improving your practice for next time, because I guarantee if you and I stick together, by the end, you're going to have an A in this course. You may not have an A right now, but that's our goal.
That's right.
To make an A.
That's right.
And so as a novice in this, and I want to thank you again, and I'm surrounded by fantastic people up here, but thank you for the opportunity, because it really, it allows me the chance to give back a little bit. And so thank you.
Well, thank you. You bring a huge amount of a wealth amount of knowledge and expertise in the area of coaching. This might be your first coaching with a student, but you've done a lot of coaching, Gilbert, and we're honored to have you on board. Thank you. We're not going to ever let you go, just so you know. But anyway, okay. So, would anyone else like to share anything about that last one, or that particular question?
The only thing I just want to share again, coming from not from the university itself, but the students in the back, you have people like this right here that, and this doesn't happen at a lot of places, and I'm not trying to downgrade any of the universities or higher level institutions, but when you have people like this, and I'm up here on the stage and I can feel the passion that these people are talking about, they truly are here for you, ultimately to be there for the students that you'll be affecting here in the near future. So that's, I think, another thing why, this place is so wonderful.
Priceless. That's true. Thank you to everyone. I think one of the points that Bernie made with regard to helping the student sort of by themselves rediscover where they are, examine where they are, goes a lot with what Miranda was talking about with that energy index and helping us be able to navigate through there and recognize where we are within that index. So hopefully this all sort of tied in together and allowed us to be able to recognize ourselves, our true selves, and be honest with ourselves, and then as a result become better coaches. And that's what the idea is. It's an omnipresent effort to become better than we currently are. So we're always invariably trying to do so. And this group of people, you're right, Sal, including yourself. This doesn't happen everywhere. I really feel that we have the best of the best here, and our students are another example. So you freshmen that have declared education as a major, this is what you have to look forward to. So, I'm just saying. You're awesome. You're awesome. Okay, so does anyone have any questions for any of our panel members that they haven't already asked or answered?
Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you. And thank you to everyone. Thank you, panel members. I have a little something for you as well, in recognition for you being here. But thank you for sharing and imparting your insight and your expertise. As ever, we are appreciative. And you have no idea how grateful and privileged we feel that each of you are such an integral part of what we do. Thank you. Okay, so closing remarks. Thank you to everyone for being here today. We hope that like Miranda says, that you've taken one thing away, at least from this session, from this event, that will help us all become better overall at what we do, whatever we're trying to do at our goals and expectations for each other and for ourselves. I'd like to thank again Miranda, our keynote speaker that was just amazing, as she always is. All of you for being here today. It means so much to us for you to be here and take the time to be here. Our panel, again, for their expertise and everything that they do. Our tech people back there who have been working with us for weeks on this presentation. Alyssa, who has worked with us for weeks as well. Dr. Lucido, who helped put all of this together. All of our colleagues who have taken the time to be here all day. We appreciate that so much. Thank you again. Dr. Johnson, would you like to say a few words before we adjourn? Absolutely. And one final thing, I would like to put in a little plug for Hispanic Heritage Month. So there are some really great things happening. So I'm going to put this out there, this card out there. If you're interested, you can maybe just take a picture of it. There are tons of things happening here on campus for Hispanic Heritage Month, or Hispanic Heritage, which I like to call it. So just look at that. And again, many of you heard about the ballet Napalta that's also coming. I'll put that over there as well in case you're interested in that. Thank you again, everyone, for coming, and have a great rest of the day and weekend.